Good afternoon, everyone. The Sacramento City Council will come to order. Would the clerk please call the roll to establish a quorum?
Thank you. Councilmember Kaplan. Councilmember Tao. Mayor Pro Tem Talamantes. Councilmember Valenzuela.
Here.
Vice Mayor Maple.
Here.
Councilmember Gatta.
Here.
Councilmember Jennings.
Here.
Councilmember Vang.
Here.
And Mayor Steinberg.
I am here. Councilmember Gatta, would you please lead us in the land acknowledgement and the Pledge of Allegiance? Appreciate it.
Please rise for the opening acknowledgement in honor of Sacramento's indigenous people and tribal lands. To the original people of this land, the Nisenan people, the Southern Maidu, and the Valley and Plains Miwok, the Patwin and Wintun people, and the people of the Wilton Rancheria, Sacramento's only federally recognized tribe. May we acknowledge and honor the Native people who came before us and still walk beside us today on these ancestral lands by choosing to gather together today, an active practice of acknowledgement and appreciation of Sacramento's indigenous people's history, contribution, and lives. Thank you. Face the flag, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, a very good afternoon again to everyone, to the city staff, my colleagues, and most importantly, the members of the public. We have, I don't know how long of an agenda, very important agenda tonight as we begin the city budget process, but let us begin with a couple special presentations. And it is my honor to bring up Bob Latz, who is our chief building official. Bob, welcome to you. This is a resolution to recognize Building Safety Month in May of 2024. And before I turn it over to you, let me just say that anytime you read about natural disaster, an earthquake, or some other natural disaster in another country, and you see sometimes the buildings that have collapsed and the loss of human life, it's a moment, obviously, to help the people in every way that we can, but also to never take for granted the fact that in our country and in our state and in our city, we have a series of building codes that, even if imperfect, are intended and usually do protect the life and safety of the people who inhabit them. And so this is an important resolution because it gives us a chance to say thank you and to remind ourselves that one person's regulation is another person's lifesaver. And we always strive to find the balance. And I turn it over to you, Mr. Latz. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mayor and council members. Every year in May, we celebrate Building Safety Month to recognize and raise awareness about building safety and the contributions CDD staff make along with our partners such as fire, development engineering, and public works in creating and maintaining our communities and quality of life. This year's theme is Mission Possible, to make the places we live, work, and play safe. After all, building safety is all our responsibility. Each week emphasizes a different aspect of safety. Week 1 is the awareness of building codes and the role they play in public safety. Week 2 emphasizes how building safety has an impact on our daily lives and highlights what we can do at home to stay safe. This includes fire and water safety tips and home maintenance best practices. Learning to plan ahead in the event of a disaster, and the importance of practicing sustainability for a cleaner, greener tomorrow. Week 4 educates us on how to advocate for building safety in our community with public outreach and city council meetings. Week 5 celebrates those who make a difference in building safety all year long. Our building department, along with our partners, work day in and day out to provide Sacramento a safe and prosperous community to live, work, and play. come on, boss.
Yeah, we have a building code issue
Our
here.
CDDs, yeah, we have, sorry, sir, we have an issue.
I'm sorry. Is this safe?
Thanks, Bob.
All right, we do have one other very special presentation recognizing AAPI History Month, and for this, I'd like to turn it over to lead us on this, Councilmember Vang.
Thank you so much, Mayor. So, hi everyone, happy Tuesday. As we enter the month of May, I wanted to take this moment to wish all of you happy Asian American Pacific Islander History Month. I know for me, as the first Asian woman on the City Council, I wouldn't be here without my API elders and community leaders who paved the way so that I could be up here, so that so many of us, especially the little minds and all the API boys and little girls, can really reach their full potential. This month is a powerful reminder of the work that we still have ahead to ensure API stories and histories and contributions are honored and recognized in this country. Right now in the city of Sacramento, Asian American Pacific Islander makes up about 25% of our communities in the city, and over 4,000 businesses are API owned. Today, I have the honor, the mayor and council has the honor of recognizing two organizations. The first is our AAPI Employee Resource Group. Our API ERG group continues to hold space for our API employees here in the city of Sacramento, where they share their stories and they can also grow professionally and personally. I just also want to share that this group had you wouldn't hear from them for a while before 2020, and when the pandemic hit, it was really our city staff, Candace and Sally and a few folks that got together, Ryan, who got together to really convene our API staff, given the height during the pandemic of anti-Asian hate in this country. And they continue to do this work, creating safe spaces for our API employees. And so today, Ryan and Cassie will be here to accept the resolution. The second organization that we like to acknowledge, because there's so many incredible Asian American Pacific Islander organizations in Sacramento, we want to be able to recognize TOFA for the incredible work that they're doing, and President Lisa is here today, and she's going to accept this resolution. As we celebrate AAPIs in our community, one reason why I really wanted to center TOFA is because I wanted to share that oftentimes when we talk about the Asian American Pacific Islander community, there's a perceived stereotype about the social economic success of the API community, right? And this stereotype really paints the Asian American and Asian immigrant community as monolithic, that we're a model minority and that we don't experience racism, or that we're well off and we don't need resources. But many of you know that the Asian American Pacific Islander community is incredibly diverse, over 55 ethnic groups, I believe it's 75, but I'm just gonna say 55 to be safe, and over 100 languages spoken. And we're not a monolithic group. And oftentimes we're clumped together, and what happens is that the disparities that exist within the Asian American and Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander gets overlooked. And so that's the reason why I really wanted to center TOFA today, because of the great work they're doing to highlight the disparities that exist in the Pacific Islander community. And their organization has been here for a really long time, advocating for the health and wellness, the educational community leadership of our babies, of our PI youth. I really just want to make sure that we center and we acknowledge their incredible work. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Chantal to say a few words, and then have my colleagues read the resolution, and would love for our API ERG, Cassie and Ryan, to come up here to say a few words, and also TOFA.
Thank you, Mai. First off, I would like to commend you, Mai, for taking leadership and bringing forward this resolution for these two great organizations in the city of Sacramento. You know, we have to recognize your leadership, and you are a pioneer in the community. You know, you are what a lot of, folks in the Hmong community and the API community look forward to when we talk about representation and working for all within the city of Sacramento. And so I think you shared a lot of, the history behind, our Asian American struggles and the community. Definitely you hit it on the nail when you said we are not a monolith, but we are a significant part of the history of city of Sacramento. And so with that, I would,
All right, let's begin. Whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders have contributed to the makeup of California and the United States historically, and currently striving towards disaggregated AAPI data to ensure equitable representation.
Whereas in Section 102 of Title 36, United States Code officially designated May as Asian Pacific Heritage Month, the month of May was designated as Asian Pacific Heritage Month because the first Japanese immigrants arrived in the United States on May 7th, 1843, and the first transcontinental railroad was completed on May 10th, 1869, with substantial contributions from Chinese immigrants. And
whereas in the 2022 American Community Survey, our Sacramento City residents who identify as Asian Americans constitute over 280,000, and those who identify as Native American and other Pacific Islanders constitute over 10,000, who represent diverse ancestries that include, but are not limited to, the original peoples of the Far East, Southeast Asia, Indian subcontinent, Pacific Islands, Malaysia, Micronesia, and Polynesia. And
whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders make up 12% of our workforce, with over 4,000 businesses that are AAPI-owned and participate in and contribute to art, sports, fashion, business, technology, education, science, government, and more. And
whereas we cherish and celebrate our Asian American and Pacific Islander employees at the City of Sacramento, we are grateful to the AAPI community organizations and the AAPI student organizations in their efforts in making Sacramento a better place to live, work, and play. And
Whereas by celebrating AAPI Heritage Month, we share the opportunity for Sacramentans to enjoy the culture, foods, and achievements of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. And
we're going to bring this home. Therefore, be it resolved by the council and the mayor of the city of Sacramento that we do hereby recognize Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders for their notable accomplishments and contributions to California and the United States of America, and recognize May 2024 as Asian American and Pacific Islander History Month.
Ryan and Cassie, can you come up real quick to say a few words? And we would love for, Lisa, we would love for you to come up as well.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg, City Council member. My name is Ryan Pham. I am your Department of Utilities Business Services Division Manager and the Asian Pacific Islander Employees Resource Group Planning Co-Chair, along with my awesome co-chair, Cassie Valotti. We, on the behalf of the API ERG, Candice Naguchi, our chair, and the dedicated planning committee members who has spent endless hours of our volunteer time to make sure that this event is beautifully celebrated. We are honored to receive the City Council resolution sponsored by the Mayor and Councilwoman Mai Van Office. We also would like to thank our awesome City Manager, Howard Chan, and his executive team for their steady, unwavering support to not only the API ERG, but the rest of the City API ERG. We would like to celebrate you as well as part of our celebration. With that, I would like to turn over to our co-chair to provide you with some exciting event coming up this month. Cassie?
Thank you, Ryan. I'm Cassie Violetti, representing IT, and I just wanted to give you a little bit of a breakdown of what is expected from the API ERG event this month. We are celebrating next week at the William Land Park, and we'll be highlighting lots of good buffet of Asian, Pacific, and Indian delicacies. Along with that, entertainment, providing Japanese shishi mai dance, Hawaiian hula lesson, and a Chinese lion dance. And along with that, we are honoring a keynote speaker, Dr. Bersola, who serves as the Dean of Students of Harvard University Graduate of Arts and Science. He is the first generation in his family of college Filipino American who has championed equity, inclusion, diversity in higher education throughout his career, and is leading numerous programs that have increased enrollment in his school. So we welcome you and invite you to join us as we celebrate AAPI month. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. As a female, a naturalized citizen, immigrant of New Zealand, I'm Tongan. Malolele, Talofa, Yakwe, Aloha. I represent the Pacific Islands, which are made up of three main groups, the Micronesian, Melanesian, and Polynesian groups. I am the president of Tupu Otu Felinite Association, TOFA Inc. And I'm grateful for this moment that we do have to receive this resolution. So grateful for Council Member Mai Vang, who's taken a special interest in our kids and our ambassadors. That we hold ambassadors every Thursday evening at San Pinal Community Center, and they all know Mai Vang when they see her, and they run to her. So we're grateful that we're being able to be recognized tonight. Our mission is to support the Pacific Islanders. We were started as a necessary force to help our Pacific Island youth to find a way out of some gangs and some ghetto mentality, but these same youth are now thriving leaders in our community and have taken big steps to help our youth today, especially in the game of rugby. I'm not sure if you're familiar, but in Sacramento, we have a rugby team, a women's rugby team that goes to high school championships and win it, the national champions. So we're grateful for this time and grateful for the opportunity to have former council member Rob Bonta sponsor the bill to further disaggregate the data for API people, especially for Pacific Islanders. And we're trying to get on board with that train so that we can help in 2020 when COVID hit. Pacific Islanders were one of the worst hit in the nation, so especially in Sacramento. So we want to push for that to continue that train and move it forward. So thank you so much.
All AAPI employees, come join us. Everyone.
Want to get folks kind of inside there as usual.
My staff can take in there, and then with the Asia and Asia can take it.
You can also come through here.
I just want to get this.
Yeah, I guess I'll follow you. I thought you were here for this, not for budget.
I can hear from here. All right, I get maybe 3 or 4 folks of you over on this side. If you're wearing pants, Sam and over this side. Yeah, that's perfect. And then can I get a little bit more cozy, just a tiny bit, maybe friends. All right, and so we'll get the first one here in 1, 2, and 3, and then over here. All up there. 1, 2, 3. And you got yours.
It's like moving, I should move too.
Thank you, Mai.
I'll text it to you.
Got you, Mayor.
And thank you, Sean, and thank you to all our AIPI city workers. You make us all very proud. And the kids out there, I just gotta say, little ones out there, I hope you look at all these leaders and say, you can do anything you want in your life. You can be anything you want. It's beautiful. Thank you. All right, let us now move to the business. Now that we're done with the presentations, okay. We have the consent calendar. Are there items that members would like to discuss separately or vote on separately? Mayor Pro Tem. To talk about?
Yeah, I want to comment.
Comment. Okay. All right, anything else? Do we have public testimony on the consent calendar?
I have no public testimony on the consent
Okay.
calendar.
Mayor Pro Tem Talamantes, item 1.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor. So I feel like this item is very well-intentioned, especially with the COVID-19 pandemic when we were trying to get partners and making sure that we could tell people about vaccines and everything going on. But I just, in today's time now, with our budget deficit, I just feel like journalism shouldn't be government funded. And it's new spending that's going to be going out this year, and I just feel like we have a massive budget deficit, and so I'll be voting no on this item.
Someone want to explain just a little bit of the history of this investment? I think it'd be worth it. And it's ARPA money, the source of the funding, et cetera. Please.
Happy to do that. Hey everyone, Megan Van Voris, Director of Convention and Cultural Services for the City of Sacramento. So the Arts Journalism Program was a part of the framing for a creative economy support. It was designed that way to help advance recovery of the sector, recognizing that due to many of the market forces that were at work in the journalism landscape, we saw and have been in decline for some time arts and cultural media coverage, previews, reviews, all of the things that help to encourage people back. And so that was the intent of this particular, or is the intent of this particular item, is to help support, instead of doing smaller one-time grants for limited edition series, to try to invest in a collaborative structure that could potentially move those kinds of activities moving forward.
Who are some of the recipients?
So the collaborative for this is Local Media Foundation, Solving Sacramento. So that would include the Sacramento Business Journal, The Observer, Sacramento News and Review, Outward Magazine. I'm going to miss a couple, but you get the general idea. A big part of this is wanting to encourage coverage, to more diverse coverage of arts and cultural activities, and help to connect people to information about arts and cultural activities going on in the city so that they can come back out and engage with those activities.
So it's specifically tied to trying to enhance the creative economy.
Exactly. It's an infrastructure investment. We've had conversations with other funders. So like the JBMF, as you may be familiar with in terms of their coverage, and Sac Region Foundation and others that may have an interest in taking this on moving forward. So there is no ongoing expense associated with this. The intent is a one-time investment to help bolster efforts of Solving Sacramento to grow its coverage, with the idea that there are other partners like JBMF and others that may be interested in carrying that moving forward.
Okay, Councilman Guerra?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the questions and concerns, particularly, we're in budget conversations today from my colleague. But I'd have to respectfully disagree and encourage our colleagues to support this. I think one of the important items that came out about this, and whether we like what comes out of the collective work of this, is, for example, when we did our point-in-time count. Very organized, complex, a lot of partners involved. One important item that came out of that was a collective of both Capital Public Radio, the Sacramento Observer, and I can't remember the two other entities, to really use a way to dive in deeper into the details on how our efforts have been working on that issue. And so, I think for the sake of the industry, but more importantly, to aid in our efforts to get information out about the accuracy of all of the work that we're doing, this is a very minor part. But with that, I appreciate the concerns, and I'll encourage my colleagues to support the item today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Vang?
Megan, thanks so much for that. And I also appreciate Mayor Pro Tem Talamantes just flagging this as well. I just did a quick Google search and wanted just to share some of the partners that are actually part of this Solving Sacramento Collaborative. So I see Cap Radio is part of that, the Russian American Media, Sacramento Business Journal, Sac News and Review, the Sacramento Observer, and also Univision 19. They're all partners, so 7 nonprofits and local newsroom all together to really elevate the issues that are happening in Sacramento. And so I just wanted to share that. So thank you.
All right. I would entertain a motion in a second, and respecting Mayor Pro Tem Talamantes' no vote on 1 to make the motion reflective of that, if that's okay. Is that okay? Moved and seconded with Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Talamantes being reflected as a no on item 1. Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Oppose, abstain. Very good. Thank you. We now move to the public hearings. And we have item 6, which is the modification of the existing Sacramento Tourism Marketing District. I know we've heard this a couple of times, but is this the big vote?
No,
Oh,
actually.
okay.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. I am Suzanne Tan with the Finance Department. The item before you is regarding the request from Visit Sacramento to modify the current Sacramento Tourism Marketing District's Management District Plan, which currently ends on June 30th, 2027, and they would like to modify it to end on June 30th, 2024. On April 2nd, this district was renewed, and it would start on July 1st of this year. And this modification will align the dates with the renewal of the Sacramento Tourism Marketing District. Thank you, and staff is available to answer any questions.
Okay. Do we have public testimony?
Yes, Mayor, I have one speaker, Mike Testa.
Hi, Mike.
He opposes this.
Assume you're in support.
I am in support, yes. Mayor Steinberg, members of the council, Mr. City Manager, my name is Mike Testa. I'm the president and CEO of Visit Sacramento. I've stood here a few times during this process over the past few months, and we're excited to be near the finish line. In 2023, Visit Sacramento's efforts generated more than $250 million in visitor spending that benefited our region's large and small businesses, our civic tax collections, and perhaps most importantly, the residents who call Sacramento home. This renewal of the Sacramento Tourism and Marketing District has received widespread support from our lodging stakeholders, evidenced by the fact that it generated an even higher percentage of approval from lodging properties than it did when we last renewed. With support from hotels and short-term rental operators, the Visit Sacramento Board of Directors, the Sacramento Hotel Association, and the California Hotel and Lodging Association, we look forward to another decade of creating demand for Sacramento as a visitor destination, as well as the billions of dollars in economic impacts that demand will generate for this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Councilmember Valenzuela?
Well said, Mike. I'm happy to open and close the public hearing and move the item.
Moved and seconded. Very worthy and very important. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Oppose, abstain. That passes unanimously. We now move to item 7, which is an item relating to North Freeway Boulevard. Who's, here we go. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and members of the City Council. My name is Deja Harris, Associate Planner with the Community Development Department. This item, P23026, is a request to construct a new 70,036 square foot, 4-story Holiday Inn hotel with 116 guest rooms on 2.7 acres in the shopping center zone and the Promenade at Natomas Plan Unit Development. The required entitlements for the project include the following: a development agreement and site plan design review for the construction of the hotel and related site improvements. The proposed hotel was previously approved by the Planning Design Commission in 2018, which included an amendment to the PUD guidelines and schematic plan and site plan design review. The project was never constructed. The development agreement covering the property expired, and so did the site plan design review approval. The amendments to the PUD in 2018 did not need to be renewed or amended again. Accordingly, the applicant is requesting the entitlements to reactivate the prior approval. The hotel design and features are the exact same as the 2018 approval. The project is before the City Council this evening, as a development agreement requires approval from the City Council. The Planning and Design Commission forwarded a unanimous recommendation of approval to the Council at the March 28, 2024 meeting. Staff recommends approval of the proposed hotel. Planning staff supports the project as it complies with the development standards of the shopping center zone, the Promenade and Natomas Planned Unit Development, and the 2040 General Plan. This concludes my presentation. Staff is available to answer any questions, and there is no presentation from the applicant.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
I'll open and close the public hearing. And just to city staff, I know this was already approved by the Planning Commission in 2018. Just in the eyes of Natomas, they feel like there's a lot of hotels, and all they see is hotels being built. So just something to be mindful of as we see projects in the future.
You're moving the item.
I open and close the public hearing.
Move the items. Seconded by Councilmember Jennings. Do we have public testimony?
We do not have public testimony on this item.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Oppose, abstain. Passes unanimously. Move to item 8, the California Truck and Trailer Repair, Inc. item.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Steinberg. My name is Angel Anguiano, Associate Planner with the Community Development Department, and I'm here to present on agenda item 8, which is a request for entitlements to develop an 11,640 square foot truck and trailer repair facility with truck storage on 2 vacant parcels in the light industrial and Norwood West Planned Unit Development. The requested entitlements before you today is a rezone of 0.4 acres from the agriculture to the light industrial and Northwest Planned Unit Development, schematic plan amendment to include the 0.4 acres into the Norwood West PUD, and site plan design review for the construction of 11,640 square foot building for truck and services and repair storage. Planning staff worked closely with the applicant to create a site plan that was functional while also sensitive to nearby uses. The applicant was responsible for the construction of an 8-foot CMU wall and large screening trees along the southern and western edges of the property. The applicant has also agreed to conduct repair work only inside the facility. Planning staff is recommending approval of the requested entitlements and recommends that the council approve the project this evening. Thank you. Oh, the applicant has also waived this presentation. Thanks.
Okay, we have no public testimony. Councilmember Tao, your district.
Just a few questions, Angel. This is located in an industrial area in my district. However, it's on a borderline residential. Is there any mitigation on how traffic's going to impact residential around that area and the air quality?
Yeah, I have a few exhibits that I can share with you. On your screen is a landscape plan. So along the southern edge, along the yellow and red, that's Morrison Avenue. On the north, on the orange and pink, is Harris Avenue. So the applicant has agreed to construct an 8-foot CMU wall along the southern edge adjacent to the residential on the south end. He's also going to provide some large screening trees, which are included like a lot of native and oak trees and eucalyptus trees, or excuse me, pine trees. And then on top of that, he's agreed to one driveway on Harris Avenue, and he's agreed to a condition of approval to not utilize Morrison Avenue and only use Harris Avenue for ingress and egress from the site. So those concerns that were expressed to staff, we've worked with the applicant to try to mitigate some of those issues.
Is there any safety measures to make sure that Morrison Avenue is not utilized by, the company or any other as a truck route the moment?
So currently, there's a traffic signal at Norwood or traffic sign at Morrison and Norwood prohibiting truck access onto Morrison Avenue. But aside from the condition of approval to not utilize that, and we haven't included anything else.
Yeah, I think, something that we can look at is to, further deter the usage of Morrison Avenue. It's going to have a heavy impact on residential, and parking overnight. That's always a big issue in areas like these in our district, especially just a little history about District 2, how industrial zones are built into residential zones, and it's all mixed in together. I would encourage or like to see if we can explore building, utilizations and also signs that says no parking on Morrison Avenue, just so that there won't be any impact on residential.
Yeah, we can definitely work with the applicant to try to address the condition of approval that's been incorporated as part of the request and entitlements. As far as signage is concerned, we would want to confirm with the Public Works Department to make sure that the signage is adequate and to meet our standards. But as for now, the only thing in place is for them to not utilize Morrison Avenue and only utilize Harrison.
Yeah, I think, with this, it's tough because there's no guarantee that, we can do enforcement on Morrison Avenue. And so I would, really feel comfortable if we are able to move forward with this agenda with, the city looking at putting, hubs or utilizations on Morrison Avenue to deter trucking, as well as looking at parking signs.
Chairman.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. I will say that there are existing speed humps or undulations on Morrison today, and as Angel was describing, it is signed, but we can certainly connect with our Public Works Department to explore what other opportunities are available to city staff to address this existing issue that's occurring in this area.
Okay. Councilmember Valenzuela, then maybe you want to make the appropriate motion, Councilmember Tao?
Yes.
Sounds good. Thank you, staff, for this presentation. I did check in with Councilmember Tao before speaking tonight, because when I saw this item, frankly, I was a little stunned because part of the issue, as Councilmember Tao was just explaining, is this legacy of really racist land use practices in District 2 that have put really industrial uses literally right next to residential. In this case, we're talking across the street, there are houses right there. And so I found it interesting that in the staff report that it was noted that this was consistent or going to be consistent with the new zoning under the general plan, or I forget exactly the talk around the new general plan, but part of the new general plan included an environmental justice ordinance, and part of what we talked about in that ordinance was how do we amortize uses, industrial uses that are next to industrial zones, so that as those properties turn over, they don't continue to be industrial uses, but we actually start working towards moving those uses further away from residential areas. And this is now an undeveloped parcel that is fresh and green, and I think zoned agriculture right now that we're authorizing for heavy-duty truck maintenance. So this isn't a use that will be able to turn over into residential at any point in the future. When you're doing vehicle maintenance like this, there are fluids involved, there is deep infrastructure built into the site. I mean, this will be a site that will be this for the foreseeable future. And so this isn't so much a response question, as more of just a note that I find it incredibly striking that we are permitting this moving forward, recognizing that we are only reinforcing these historic practices of putting industrial use right next to residential use. And so for me, with staff, I would really like a report back on this idea of amateurization in residential areas and what we could be doing to prevent future projects like this from springing up right next to disadvantaged communities in North Sacramento or anywhere else in the city for that matter. Another concern that I had that I've been told I can't attach to this specific project, but I talked to Councilmember Councilmember Tao about as well when it comes to idling. Usually when you're maintaining vehicles, there could be cause to be idling those vehicles. And so the bays are usually built in such a way to have ventilation and filtration to try to keep the workers safe and to keep that idling from going out of the bay. I don't know if there's any restriction on idling outside of the bays because this is a pretty large complex with a lot of parking for those vehicles, but I would love for staff to also report back on what we could do around limiting heavy-duty truck idling. It's a practice that we see in a lot of industrial corridors next to residential, especially around port communities in Southern California, so there's a lot of precedence for local jurisdictions doing things like that, and I think in this case, it could be a step that we could take to further ameliorate the potential impacts of this in other facilities in the area. So with that, I'll defer to the council member of the district for the motion, but just wanted to express my overall concern with this particular project moving forward as it currently stands.
Tao?
Councilman Guerra wanted to comment first, or?
Go ahead.
I'll look to Councilmember Tao on this issue here, and I know that the land use already is zoned in that. I think the concerns were rightly posted, and I know that is a conversation that's currently was brought forth through law and legislation that we're looking at that zone. But I think, depending on where Mr. Tao goes, I'd like to request that staff follow up with the Air District. If there is illegal idling happening, we can enforce in that area, particularly along Morrison and, is it Morrison? It's Morrison, that's what it's Morrison. So that's one request, depending on the motion here, that we include that staff follow up with the Air District and do any enforcement necessary for any illegal idling. And if parking is an issue, we've had this in the Power Inn area, in communities that live near the Power Inn area. We've instituted no parking zones and then had our parking enforcement. So I'd ask Mr. Ironman and his team to look at the parking restrictions in that. I would say that given the zoning and given the issues, the applicant has the right to move this forward, but that doesn't mean we don't address the idling and the parking and then circle back on the issues of what is the appropriate land use for that area. So I'll leave it to Mr. Tao to move forward here.
Councilman Tao, colleagues are looking for your direction.
Yes, so definitely I would feel comfortable with moving this item forward, with what my colleagues and I discussed with looking. Oh,
it's okay. There's some water.
Looking at, thank you. Looking at additional signage on Morrison Avenue for parking restrictions or no parking, as well as, future uses to just look at studies into idling and land use issue and how it impacts low-income neighborhoods. And so definitely that would be the motion, is to open and close discussion, yeah.
Do you want to just repeat it again?
Yeah, the motion is to definitely move the item, but open and close the hearing, but move the item with additional signage on Morrison Avenue, look into adding additional parking items from the city on Morrison Avenue to deter impacts to residential neighborhoods. Yeah. And then the environmental justice with what Councilmember discussed, checking with air quality on idling and impacts to a study of impacts to residential neighborhoods, especially in low-income neighborhoods.
Is that a broader study than just related to this project? Is that your intention, Councilmember Valenzuela?
So yes, there's other uses similar to this nearby, which is part of why staff is recommending approval. So looking at potential idling restrictions in industrial areas, as well as amateurization policies we could explore to prevent future reinforcing of industrial uses moving forward.
I might add that we could have staff come back with this engine idling ordinance that we have and the compliance with it and the enforcement action within that area too.
Okay, so we're asking staff, it's sort of part of this item, but separate from the item, to bring forward an ordinance which ensures that these environmental impacts are going to be studied anytime there is a similar proposal, right, to address the context that the council members are talking about. So that's part of the motion. Just want to make sure that comes back. And then Councilmember Tao had two specific requirements relating to parking and signage. All right? So that's moved and seconded. Moved by second by Councilmember Guerra. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Oppose, abstain. Very good, that passes. Thank you very much to the staff.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I could just ask the city manager, as a course of normal business, if they could follow up with the district on current enforcement, they could enforce on any illegal idling that's occurring.
Yeah, I think we do that in partnership with our, with the code enforcement department as well. So I'll bring that back to the council. Off agenda item.
So we now move to the main event for the night, and that is item 9. And this is the beginning consideration of the 2024-2025 Sacramento City budget. The Budget and Audit Committee, of course, met today, and in some ways this is a repeat of the proposal, but necessarily so because less than half of the council is on that committee. And so maybe this time I'll have you make the presentation and I'll make my grand speech after you are done.
That was a matinee this morning.
Oh, it was just the matinee. Exactly. But I'll make some opening comments after you've had a chance to present. Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. I'm Pete Coletto, the finance director. With me at the podium is Murthala Santizo, our budget manager. So what's going to be before you today is the city's $1.6 billion proposed fiscal year 24-25 budget. It closes a $66 million funding gap without eliminating any filled positions. And first and foremost, I want to acknowledge and thank Murthala and the budget team. They've been working tirelessly over the last few months putting this together. But I also want to thank the department heads and department staff for their expertise. They really came up with thoughtful reduction plans. This is really a city team effort under the leadership of the city manager and his leadership team, the Budget and Audit Committee, and the council. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Murthala to talk about the schedule and what's in the proposed budget.
Thank you, Pete. Good evening, council members, mayor. This is what we're going to go over regarding the fiscal year 25 proposed budget. We're going to go over the schedule and go over the budget overview and talk about closing the budget gap and go over the 5-year forecast and long-term funding challenges and also what the next steps in our budget process will be. Okay. So here's our budget hearing schedule. We released our proposed budget on April 30th. We had Budget and Audit Committee meeting earlier today where we presented the same presentation and we also did a review of fees and charges. Tonight we will be going over that presentation with you, and also the ACMs will be discussing the specific areas that they're focused on and go over all of the reductions and revenue increases in those areas and the impact for their specific areas. Next week, council will hear about the capital plan, fees and charges, and also the pilot equity analysis, and that will happen in the afternoon on May 14th. In the evening, that will be the time for council to deliberate on what was heard, since everybody will hear everything that needs to be presented, and provide staff with direction on any modifications that need to happen. On May 28th, we will come back to budget and audit, and then on June 11th, we are hoping to adopt the budget.
So can I just on the schedule, just if I may, because we'll get into this a little bit, but I think it's important now, that I do plan as mayor, consistent with sort of tradition, to put together a a budget letter to try to help the council at least frame some of the choices, adding to what the city manager and the finance staff has already done. There are going to be some significant questions tonight that are going to need some time, at least a week, I think, to get that feedback. And I'm not going to be ready to present my letter next Tuesday. I would be ready to present it the following Tuesday. And so I think that the council consideration and direction needs to be moved a week. We can further take input and use the time wisely. But in terms of council giving clear direction, I'm going to want them to have both the manager's proposal, the mayor's letter, and give direction based on some reconciliation or something of those two. Just
Mayor, that sounds like a great idea.
I'm gonna need an additional week. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, noted.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so moving forward to our proposed budget. So as Pete mentioned earlier, the budget is $1.6 billion. This is an increase of approximately $98 million from fiscal year 24's approved budget. This budget is balanced and closes the $66 million funding gap without eliminating any filled positions. It's important to note that although there was a $66 million funding gap, it did not mean that the budget would not have increased between 25 and 24. This is a structural deficit gap, which means that expenditures grew faster than revenues. And the efforts to close the gap is to bring expenditure down and increase revenues. The two pie charts that are shown right here shows the breakdown by program area. When reviewing all funds, we can see that municipal services such as utilities and public works make up almost a third, along with public safety, and that is mainly because their funding comes from the enterprise funds. On the right, you will see the general fund Measure U breakdown, where public safety is about 58% of the budget. This pie chart shows a breakdown of general fund Measure U by spending category. And as you can see, salaries and benefits make up the majority of appropriations, which is due to the fact that the city provides many services through our staff. All services provided by parks, public safety, utilities, all of our facility employees, community response, internal services, those are all done by city staff. And this pie chart shows a breakdown of all the revenues that are received for General Fund Measure U. Approximately 58% of all revenues come from property tax and sales and use taxes. Okay. So closing the budget gap. As has been mentioned in budget and audit and in several meetings back to our mid-year, our projected funding gap is $66 million. This includes 16.9 in projected salary savings to hit that $66 million mark. And so again, I just want to emphasize that this is a structural deficit, which means that our expenditures exceed the amount of revenues that we bring in. So our revenues are increasing, they're just not increasing at the same pace or as our expenditures. And in this chart, this is showing our 5-year forecast that was shown in our mid-year. And as you can see, for fiscal year 25, there's a $66 million, and it increases through fiscal year 28. The blue portion of the graph is the city's operations, and the red portion is homelessness, and that's our funding gap there. I do want to note that from fiscal year 26 forward, that the reason why the homeless gap is showing us a lot larger is because we don't have a commitment from the state in regards to receiving any sort of HAP funding. So if we receive any of that funding in the future, then of course our deficit would go down. Okay, now I'll give this to Pete.
Great, thanks, Murthala. So when we were approaching this problem, we have a structural budget deficit that we need to solve for, and we have an immediate $66 million problem. The city manager was very clear. He didn't want to do just across-the-board cuts. So, hey, we're going to cut every single department by 10% and do everything 10% worse. We really wanted to take a strategic approach to it and define what are our core services as a city, and then how do we prioritize our various reduction strategies. So we went to all of the departments and we said, hey, if you need to cut 15% of your discretionary general measure U fund use, how would you go about doing that? And so the departments came up with about 250 individuals' budget saving strategies, and they fell into two different buckets. So there's two ways to close a budget gap. You either increase your revenues or you decrease your expenses. So we analyzed the proposals that way. So all the revenue increases, we analyzed for Prop 218, Prop 26 compliance. How does that look as far as cost recovery? And then what's the Measure L impact? And then for the expense reductions, everything was categorized on a 1 through 4 scale based on impact to city services. And then we looked at the impact on our workforce, so both vacant and funded positions, and then the Measure L impact. So overall, the departments brought forward $85 million of reduction strategies, and you can see how they fell between the revenue increases and then the various expense reductions. This chart shows the same information. It just also shows the impact on workforce. So you can see the vacant FTE impact and the filled FTE impact of the various reduction strategies. So in addition to the departmental reductions, we took a look at what we call citywide strategies. So we looked at everywhere where we've allocated funding for projects. So, have we completed the project or not started it, and, can we reutilize those funds? We also looked at citywide programs that we deliver. And so we identified an additional $46 million of savings. Most of that is one time. So in total, we had roughly $130 million of strategies to solve the $66 million deficit. So I'm going to go through this chart because this is a little bit more complicated, but it's how we solve the $66 million funding gap for the coming fiscal year. So you see at the top, that's our funding gap. So the citywide revenue and expense adjustments. So we came up with the gap back in February when we did our mid-year financial analysis. And since then, we've gotten additional information. So the county's given us updated property tax revenue forecasts. We meet with the treasurer every quarter. Interest rates have stayed high, so we can expect better yield on our treasury pool and things like that. But we also have things that are costing more. So for the departmental augmentations, we have things like software license costs, repairs to our fleet shop, utility costs, all of those things. And that cost us an additional $2.4 million. So for the citywide strategies, we utilized $33.7 million of those. Included in that amount is the $7.4 million of prior year savings that council approved for budget balancing on February 27th. For the level 1 reductions, we used every single one that did not involve a filled position. So that equated to $17 million of savings and the elimination of 23 vacancies. And then the level 2 reductions had $4 million of savings and 21 vacancies. So in total, we eliminated 44 vacant positions as part of the reduction strategies. And then when we looked at eliminating these vacancies, we had to go back and say, hey, is our 3% salary savings assumption still accurate? So we reran our analysis and lowered it to 2% with these vacancies gone, and applied that to the new amount of salaries supported by discretionary general measure U funds, and that had a cost. And so when we add all of that together, we end up with a positive balance of $700,000, which is a pretty small margin of error on an $836 million general measure U budget. So this slide just goes through some of the citywide revenue and expense adjustments. Property taxes are still doing well. Home prices are remaining high, even with higher interest rates and fewer transactions. The interest income, as you know, interest rates have stayed high. The cannabis business operations tax is doing really well. So this year, receipts are up roughly 7% year on year. So we increased our estimates for that. On the things not doing quite as well, property transfer tax, high interest rates, high mortgage rates, fewer transactions, we needed to lower that projection. And the TOT is still growing, but just slower than we had previously projected. On the augmentation side, we broke this up into two different boxes. So one is what's impacting the budget, and the other is impacts to staffing. So on the budget side, it's software costs, the utilities for streetlights installed by SMUD, fleet shop repairs, landscape and lighting costs. That creation of the entertainment services division, it's really budget neutral. It's offset with other fund shifts, but it shows up here as a augmentation. On the staffing side, the two that I really want to highlight, because they're big impacts, are the deletion of 8 vacant police positions that were associated with the SAC RT contract that we canceled. That is no budget impact, but it does have an FTE impact. And the deletion of 19 positions across YPC that hadn't been filled in a while, and using that savings to fund park maintenance. So again, no budget impact, but a staff impact. This just shows how the reductions fall by category. So you can see almost half were those citywide reductions. Revenue increases around 20%, and you can see level 1, level 2 reductions. This chart is really important. This is the mix of ongoing and one-time solutions to get to the $66.7 million to close the funding gap. And a slight majority is one-time solutions. And those strategies are going to need to be covered in the next fiscal year. 45% are ongoing, and you'll be able to see in a minute kind of how that flows through and improves our forecast. For the citywide strategies, all the ones highlighted in blue are ongoing. The ones highlighted in red are one-time. About $3 million are ongoing strategies. The first $1.1 million, that's shifting debt service costs into the TOT fund, and that will free up some general fund to help balance. $1 million is for eliminating the city support for ride-free RT. Our understanding is that RT is going to continue the program for a year while they look to secure permanent funding. We're also proposing to transfer the credit card fees to the end users. So similarly, when you go to pay the state, if you want to use your credit card, you pay that transaction fee. We're proposing to do the same. Right now, it's being paid by the general fund. And there were some police information technology project funding that we're proposing to reallocate. On the one-time side, there's a list of project reductions. Those range from $2 to the millions that we're proposing to reallocate the prior year savings. So we're also proposing to suspend the fiscal year 24-25 economic uncertainty reserve contribution. So not touch the reserve, but not contribute in the budget year. And this came up in budget and audit, so just for everyone to hear, the current reserve balance is $74.3 million. If we make the fiscal year 24 contribution, it would increase to $78.2 million. That's what's included in the proposed budget. And at the end of fiscal year 25, our 10% minimum would be about $81.4 million. So we'll be below that. Oh, I'm sorry. And then on the other two strategies, so we have some prior round of HAP funding that we had earmarked to go to some of our providers. They didn't need it. They secured other funding. That frees it up and allows us to offset some general fund costs for homeless services this year. And then the last one is a really great one. So we meet with the Treasurer's Office quarterly, and they brought this to us. We get a discount for prepaying our CalPERS unfunded liability, and they said, hey, we can beat that in the market. And so they went out and did, and that's projected savings of around $1.5 million. So we also want to provide our updated 5-year forecast. So this includes all of the assumptions included in the proposed budget, so all of those ongoing and one-time balancing strategies. It includes the increased insurance and workers' compensation costs. As Murthala mentioned, we don't know if we're going to get future rounds of HAP funding, so we haven't included that here. We also are not assuming a recession, and we're not including costs for future labor agreements. We don't know what those might be. So this is what it looks like. That top line is the forecast from back in February. And you can see the $66 million deficit growing to 111. On the bottom, you can see the current forecast where we're balanced for fiscal year 25, and that deficit for fiscal year 26 has been reduced to 77 million. If we were to get HAP round 6 in a similar amount to HAP round 5, that would reduce the deficit to 50 to 55 million, just kind of an order of magnitude. The other thing I'll just point out here is you can see the positive for operations, the negative for homelessness for fiscal 25. That means we're contributing an additional $8 million of discretionary general measure U for our homelessness services. So that'll increase our investment from around $11 million in the current budget to just under 20 in the proposed budget. And that's because we were using some one-time sources this year that we don't have for future years. This is just a graphical representation of the 5-year forecast. That red outline is where we were in February. The blue bar is where we are now. Anywhere where you see a difference between the red line and the blue bar, that's mainly the impact of those ongoing reductions. As far as long-term challenges, we have significant liabilities that are unfunded in addition to our structural deficit. These are really our unfunded capital needs and deferred maintenance needs. We're going to go into more detail on those on the 14th, as well as our unfunded pension liabilities and unfunded healthcare benefit liabilities. And these unfunded liabilities need to be addressed, so it's something that we'll be looking to work with council on going forward. So just an order of magnitude of these. So we have roughly $200 million in unfunded OPEB benefits. That's, again, primarily retiree health care, and $1.4 billion of unfunded capital and deferred maintenance over the next 5 years in our capital improvement plan, as well as $1.4 billion unfunded pension liability. And I won't belabor this. These are just some of the things. We're not alone. Every big city in California and in the country are facing these challenges. There have been decades of underinvestment in infrastructure, but there's ways to address it. And so we'll be looking to use a capital plan to work with council to prioritize investments and then look at policies to help address these things. So as far as the pending factors to consider while you consider the proposed budget, the unfunded liabilities I just mentioned, future labor agreement costs, increasing insurance costs. Municipalities are feeling it just like households as far as the insurance market. The state is also facing a really significant budget deficit, and that could have impacts not just on our homelessness services funding, but also local impacts on the economy. And then, as always, a risk of a recession. So again, this is the schedule. So back in January and February, you heard from every department. So you know what current service levels are. You know from the financial forecast that the current service levels are not sustainable. And so what you're going to hear now is from each assistant city manager around the impact of the budget reduction strategies in the proposed budget. And then you also have those lists of what did we include and what did we not include. So you're going to get more detail from the subject matter experts. I think the clerk just needs a second to shift the presentation out. And first up will be Michael Jasso.
Thanks, Pete. I will wait for a second until it gets loaded. In the interim, first I will ask indulgence of council for the hoarseness of my voice. I don't know. I think it's the allergies that are affecting me right now. So. Okay. Sure. Well, first of all, I can get started right now. But first of all, thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to briefly present the budget reduction strategies that were developed by the offices and departments of the Sacramento government for which I have the privilege to oversee. These include the Office of Innovation and Economic Development, OIED, the Department of Community Development, CDD, and the Department of Convention and Cultural Services, CCS. As I have stated to you before, and I want to continue to express the deep gratitude I have and respect for the work and leadership of my leadership team to my right, Denise Malvetti for OIED, Tom Pace for Community Development, and Megan Van Voorhees for Convention and Cultural Services. In developing the strategies presented here before you, this team sought to be true to City Manager Chan's direction to preserve our existing staff while mitigating the negative budget impacts as much as possible for the delivery of much-needed services and programs to our residents, businesses, and communities. The budget reduction strategies proposed by OIED, CDD, and CCS total approximately $12.6 million. This includes the elimination of 4 vacant positions. The bulk of the proposed savings of some $12.2 million are through reductions that we have identified as level 1, meaning overall low impact. This, of course, does not mean no impact, but rather that the departments will have the ability to mitigate the impacts throughout the coming year. We did examine opportunities for some revenue enhancements, but the impact on the 3 collective budgets is relatively minimal as represented on this slide. This slide presents our level 1 reductions across both the office as well as the 2 departments. Start off with the Office of Innovation and Economic Development. Approach the budget reduction prioritization by preserving the staff and the impactful programs that we've been developing and implementing in the community. The proposed reductions include the elimination of 2 vacant positions, 1 principal planner for rail yards and riverfront, and an administrative technician in innovation and entrepreneurship. Liquidated complete or inactive program budgets and pausing funding on a few programs that have accrued balances in terms of this is MIAPs. The MIAP closures and reductions equate to approximately $8.5 million, which is by far the single largest piece of this budget reduction. Because the OID team is flexible with respect to the positions, we're often called on to take on special projects and respond to an immediate need. This was clearly exemplified with CARES and ARPA, and any changes in staffing, regardless of their primary assignment, can impact the range of programs we support, including small business, workforce development, community investment, community engagement, and housing. The 2 positions we've identified for elimination within OID have been vacant for some time. Therefore, the bulk of the workload has already been redistributed in both these cases to other areas, and staff in those divisional areas have been promoted up in the organization. Thus, we've had the ability to retain the institutional knowledge even in the absence of being able to fill those 2 positions. The largest budget reduction for OID is in certain proposed MIAP reductions. This $8.3 million represents a decrease in funding to a number of MIAPs associated with certain economic development programs, most notably the Forgivable Loan Program, Innovation Grant Program, and General Inclusive Economic Development. All 3 of these programs had accrued balances over the past 4 years as they were less active while the team was and continues to be diverted to focus on deploying previously CARES and now the completion of ARPA funding in the community. Although the programs will continue, there will be less funding available overall as we will only use the funds available over the next 3 years that have been stored up in these accrued balances. Although our proposed budget does include the reduction of a vacant position for language access, the city separately has been developing a high degree of language agility over the past 2 years through our Community Ambassador Program, which currently supports 19 languages through 18 ambassadors that service the entirety of the city. The Community Development Department's CDD's 15% net general fund and Measure U budget reduction amounts to just over $2.6 million. For the most part, the impacts are low, and reductions have been achieved by moving eligible expenses from the general fund to alternate funding sources, increasing reimbursements for planning staff time, reducing services and supply spending, and transferring one FTE administrative analyst to the city manager's office, in addition to a couple of one-time revenue increases from last year that will now become permanent. These measures also covered increased veterinary costs in animal care, as well as heavy-duty towing costs and code enforcement. One particular note here is the $600,000 reduction in services and supplies to support the Neighborhood Development Action Team. In the short term, this will have a minimal impact as accumulated funds from prior years are available for current activities such as the Stockton Boulevard Specific Plan and the Marysville-Del Paso Forward Together Plan. However, in future years, this reduction will diminish the team's ability to robustly promote inclusive economic development initiatives and strategic planning on our commercial corridors, but it won't eliminate them. But we will be more limited in our ability to react. The Department of Convention and Cultural Services budget was roughly $28 million in FY 23-24. Measure U funding, general fund, and innovation growth fund funding represented about 23.5% of that budget. Approximately 83% of these resources are devoted to staffing, services, and supplies. This leaves approximately $1 million in supporting multi-year operating projects, most notably the Cultural Arts Awards program and the Creative Edge programming. Given that the MIAPs are critical to achieving reach throughout the city, reductions in these two areas would have a major impact on the department's mission. Therefore, to achieve the 15% reduction, CCS has proposed eligible expenses be transitioned to the Transit Occupancy, TOT funds, to maintain service delivery to the public. Additionally, CCS looked at discretionary funding items such as art stabilization, contracts with external partners to achieve the targeted reductions. Many of you heard this discussion earlier today in Budget and Audit. As identified at that earlier discussion, these cuts are not without their impacts. It is important to note that despite the reductions offered by OIED, CDD, and CCS, the majority of the work undertaken by these three operational areas will continue. In CDD, the Code 19 six FTEs continue to provide essential support to our nighttime economy. In the Office of Arts and Culture, the grants team will continue to fund cultural arts awards, grassroots arts activity, and neighborhood arts activities, professional development for the arts and cultural community, and the film office. A new entertainment services division will result in a single point of entry for all entertainment-related permitting. And in OIED, despite the elimination of positions and funding which will impact delivery of services and funding to the community, the Economic Development Team will continue to deliver services through the Financial Empowerment Center, Economic Gardening, our Community Ambassador Program, Small Business Assistance, and NDAC grants, and will continue to work on catalytic projects such as Aggie Square and the recently undertaken by this council CNU project. Finally, as we move forward into the 2024-25 budget year and possibly beyond, we do see continued challenges, some of which are outlined on this slide. These include fewer housing starts due to high interest rates will continue to impact CDD revenue. Deferred maintenance in the Old Sacramento Historic District is beginning to severely affect the visitor experience. Rising costs are impacting the ability of the Crocker Art Museum to stay within a balanced budget. With the eventual disappearance of ARPA funding, it will be difficult to maintain and support the CBOs and individuals through our existing Cultural Arts Awards resources. This is also true for our small business, workforce, child care, and housing programs. My leadership team and I remain available for questions, both now and throughout the budget period. I now turn this presentation over to ACM Lainey Milstein. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Let's go through each of them. Again, though, the committee heard this today, some of this today. The full council is not, and the public doesn't necessarily tune in during the daytime. So to hear this and summarizing the cuts, I think, or the proposed solutions is important. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Lainey Milstein, Assistant City Manager. And the next few slides will cover the budget reduction strategies for the Finance, Human Resources, and Information Technology departments included in the proposed budget. As you're aware, this was not an easy budget development process, and I would be remiss if I didn't extend my sincerest thanks to the department heads and staff who worked to identify budget reduction strategies that reflect council's priorities and the city manager's goal to avoid layoffs and focusing on the provision of core services. And a lot of the work of your support departments providing the support to our operating departments in the provision of their programs and services. Our department directors are here to answer any questions you may have with regard to the proposed reductions. Support department reduction strategies total $1.9 million through a combination of revenue enhancements and the elimination of 6.9 vacant positions in the Finance and Information Technology departments, as well as other expenditure adjustments. While it may seem a relatively small number when compared to other departments' reductions, it's important to remember that the budgets for the Finance, HR, and IT departments are much smaller than those of many of our larger operating departments, so there's much less to cut to start with, and that several of the reduction options were actually filled positions. Also included in the proposed budget, but not reflected here, were adjustments that reflect increases to the cost of doing business. For example, you'll recall in our workshops in February when each department provided a detailed presentation on their programs and services. Shelley Banks Robinson, our HR director, discussed the drivers of increased costs to the city's insurance programs for both general and auto liability insurance, as well as workers' comp. These cost increases have been included in the proposed budget, and more detail can be found in the citywide section of the document. In addition, costs for software subscriptions and maintenance continue to increase, serving as the basis for managing data of most of our operating departments. The right software is critical to providing core programs and services. The IT department has worked in close coordination with our operating departments to audit the number of users to decrease user-based costs and negotiated multi-year contracts with an extraordinarily sharp pencil, but cannot avoid the annual increase on contract costs. The following slides will provide additional detail on our reductions. Our revenue proposals are all from the Finance Department, totaling $400,000, and are comprised of increased revenue recovery, right-sizing revenue budgets to projections, and cost recovery from bond proceeds and external agencies. Our Level 1 reductions total $300,000 and include the elimination of vacancies, reduction in mailing and printing costs, and eliminating redundant costs. These vacancies were classified as Level 1. In this case, that means that current workload will be spread out amongst remaining staff, while remaining employees will ultimately be doing more work to account, or in the case of IT, eliminate some but not all student interns, and these are not shown as an elimination of an FTE because they're paid out of a contract to the Community College Foundation. The IT department will continue to look for opportunities to find ways to partner with our Office of Innovation and Economic Development to utilize state funding for student interns. As such, workload management will be a priority for the coming year for these departments. While the reductions associated with mailing costs will require vendors and employees to pick up checks, there has always been the option to receive payments electronically, which is substantially more efficient for both the city and vendors, and we'll work with people to provide the most efficient options for check pickup if they are unwilling or unable to receive funds electronically. The Level 2 reductions are the largest reduction for the support departments, totaling $1.2 million, and are a combination of the elimination of vacancies and program reductions. In the IT department, 6 vacant positions will be eliminated, resulting in the existing workload being reallocated to remaining staff. This may cause slower response in the areas of the actual reduction or in areas where work has been reallocated. The department will be working to minimize service reductions. However, we hope that everyone can be patient as we balance the workload in these areas. Finally, the decision was made affecting 2 programs. First, to discontinue a program added with one-time federal COVID funding, and second, to suspend further expansion of the city's fiber optic network beyond current capacity. Both are programs that can be revisited when additional funding becomes available. In summary, we believe that the proposed revenue and levels 1 and 2 reductions are consistent with council's direction to support specified priorities as identified in the workshop this spring and focus continued funding towards supporting core operating department programs and services. While your support departments remain focused on reducing administrative burdens and enhancing efficiencies, these efforts will continue in order to allow all departments to address ever-increasing workload with the same, or in some cases, less staff, and to enhance support to our residents and businesses that interact with the city. In addition, as you will see in the presentation of our capital improvement budget next week and the challenges associated with maintaining the city's infrastructure, we are initiating efforts to be strategic in capital planning and providing funding mechanisms for city facilities and infrastructure. Finally, diversity and equity continue to be a priority work effort with internal departments focused on race, gender equity action plans, and our external work to move the SCORE initiative forward for council to ultimately adopt a definition of equity for us to base our equity work and analysis on in the future. While the prior slide included some but not all of our highlights that our departments continue to work on day in and day out, it's important to also acknowledge some of the challenges that we will continue to address that all roll up in one way or another to the first bullet on this slide, supporting the long-term fiscal health of the city. When we do that, the other challenges you see on this slide, and I believe those you will see as part of my colleagues' presentations, could be eased. Thank you for the opportunity to share this information with you. And again, we're available to answer any questions, and I will pass this on to Ryan Moore.
Thank you. All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Ryan Moore. I'm your Assistant City Manager for Municipal Services. And I'd like to take a few minutes to briefly summarize the strategies developed by departments under my purview to close the city's budget gap for this fiscal year and future years. So I'd like to start, like my colleagues have, by thanking all the department staff for the excellent and difficult work putting this together, including our partners in finance who have worked indeed night and day for months. It's been a great team effort. You'll note that no budget reduction or revenue increasing strategies have been proposed for the department utilities. This is because as an enterprise-funded department, DOU does not use general fund or Measure U in any significant way. So municipal services department reduction strategies total just under $9 million through a combination of revenue enhancements, service reductions, and the elimination of 23.3 FTEs in YPSI. These FTE cuts are the result of a thorough analysis of department-wide operations to identify underutilized FTEs, which could be reduced, reorganized, or integrated into operations in such a way that customers will see a modest, if any, change to service levels. I'd like to stress that these strategies reflect a thoughtful and considered approach to solving our budget deficit without creating undue impact to our community. Staff spent a lot of time putting this together. The team has spent many an hour devising this plan, and I'm extremely proud of the work that they've done, which I believe reflects their commitment to providing excellent service to our community. So in developing the strategies, I'm going to talk just a little bit about our approach with this with YPSI. It became clear that a surgical approach was needed to evaluate all of the hundreds of programs within the department to best meet the goals of this exercise without creating excessive impacts. For this reason, the list that I'm going to show is kind of organized in buckets rather than every single line item, or else we'll be here for quite some time. So I'll start with the revenue strategies in YPSI. There are several strategies here with virtually no service level impact. Examples would be alignment of revenue projections with budget, and redirection of a reimbursement from selected programs away from general fund and Measure U towards other fund sources. Another bucket, while some of these strategies would appear to impose impacts on YPSI service users, particularly those in some of our most under-resourced neighborhoods, youth scholarships and fee waivers are not slated for elimination. Our existing scholarship program has been underprescribed in recent years and will be restructured to allow offset in costs for youth and families with demonstrated financial hardship. Increases to camp, aquatics, and community center fees would be examples of areas where we can offset with the scholarship program. Programs like Swim Safe, summer camp scholarships, and youth sports field fee waiver and the reduction program will all remain. The remainder of the increases, such as Some in the older adult services and non-youth programs will be modest and are all in line with or lower than market rates for similar services in our region. So talking a little bit about the Public Works Department and revenue strategies. So the Department of Public Works has proposed revenue enhancement strategies primarily focused on modifying its parking management approach. It's crucial to emphasize that the city has never viewed parking policy solely as a revenue generator. The aim is to manage parking inventory effectively to ensure proper turnover of parking spaces. Revenue generation is a byproduct of effective parking management and contributes to economic vitality. Effective parking management incentivizes businesses, customers, employees, and residents to park in the most suitable locations and times, thereby supporting the economic health of the central city. The proposed changes to parking policy, our rate structure, are grounded in this philosophy. Aligning both on-street and off-street parking rates with market values and adjusting parking management hours, including Sundays, will help regulate parking demand, facilitate turnover of parking spaces, and encourage the adoption of alternative modes of travel. Additionally, Public Works is recommending the adjustment of several administrative fees for services to promote safety and accommodate inflationary pressures, ensuring full cost recovery to avoid the need for general fund subsidy in those program areas. So moving on to reductions. So for level 1 reductions in YPC, we've identified a number of level 1 strategies which we've rolled up into 3 main bucket areas. The first is a reduction of FTEs that I'd mentioned earlier. YPC has identified a number of positions in community enrichment, including administrative and customer service positions, where we are able to reduce or eliminate FTEs to achieve savings. Many of these positions have been difficult to fill in recent years and have therefore been left vacant. Some of these have been underutilized, allowing us to integrate them into other new and more useful positions. An example would be the elimination of non-career community center and expanded learning vacancies, which we've historically used to support underfunded park maintenance and park safety. This reduction can be made without impacting community center hours. The aquatic section was also able to reduce seasonal FTE without reducing the number of lifeguards and allowing pools to remain open. Again, this results in the elimination of no filled positions and should not result in service impacts that would be noticeable to any of our users. In the second bucket, we have identified a number of places where we could reduce the services and supplies budget, which will result in a modest elimination of amenities in some program areas. As an example, we would be providing enhanced enrichment opportunities with in-house, including field trip to city pools rather than travel outside of the city or the region. These adjustments will not affect YPC's ability to continue supporting core services, including access to safe spaces and childcare for youth and families. The last level 1 strategy is simply to shift some of the maintenance costs away from general fund and Measure U resources, instead increasing an offset from park maintenance community facilities district fund. This strategy allows us to better utilize the resources that we have to get the same work done, resulting in no change in service levels. So level 2 reductions. The first is the elimination of 5.1 vacant FTEs in community enrichment program areas, including Camp Sacramento and aquatics administrative positions. These impacts should be minor, but will have the effect of delaying some administrative functions and also eliminating savings that have been historically used for overtime needs and deferred maintenance. Level 2 service and supply budget reductions will have slightly greater impact when compared to level 1 service and supply cuts. For example, YPC staff will be able to provide fewer amenities, special events, and fewer field trip opportunities for some youth programs. But again, we will maintain core services and safe spaces and childcare for youth and families. The last strategy involves a reduction of irrigation for passive areas in some areas where landscape is unused or ornamental in our parks. This will result in the yellowing of turf in some places, but it will not impact the utility of our parks, and we will ensure that tree health is not damaged as part of this measure. So some of the highlights, despite these proposed changes, it's important that the show will absolutely go on, and we will keep doing the great things that we've always done in municipal services. Operations in public works and utilities will continue with no discernible change to residents and businesses in Sacramento. Low-income families will continue to be able to use the SURA rate assistance program for their utility bills. The city will continue to implement council policy on the conversion of city fleet vehicles for more fuel-efficient vehicles. The vast majority of YPC offerings will continue, including the great work being done through the Capital Project Delivery Group. We are also adding a new chief ranger position to better lead and manage our small but mighty ranger team. So some of the challenges that remain in front of us are issues that we've all heard about before, but I think they bear repeating, especially as we're likely to hit into a series of difficult budget years. The hurdles we face with our deferred maintenance and capital improvement programs are truly daunting. We own thousands of miles of streets, sidewalks, and underground utilities and have no way to adequately fund their maintenance. The same could be said for our over 240 parks, 400 building structures, over 100,000 public trees, and many other city-owned assets. City staff work tirelessly with available resources, but there can be no question that in the long run, we are fighting a losing battle on the deferred maintenance front, even as we continue to add new facilities to widen that gap. Like many other local agencies in California, we also bear the brunt of unfunded state mandates. Legislation like advanced clean fleets, organic recycling, and water conservation as a California way of life all create significant unfunded burdens for the city and our ratepayers. While we have done the best we can with the available resources to provide youth opportunities without increasing fees, this goal may be challenging to meet in the future with our limited youth scholarship funding. And lastly, and maybe most importantly, is staff recruitment and retention. From water treatment operators to traffic signal techs to urban foresters to park maintenance workers, it is an ongoing struggle to keep our ranks filled. Nowhere is this problem more prominent than with our park rangers. We have 15 FTEs that have the responsibility for public safety in 240 parks spread over 99 square miles, 365 days a year. Particularly with the prevalence of issues related to persons experiencing homelessness, the rangers are stretched to the limit, which is emblematic of the challenges faced by most of the business lines in municipal services. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time. I will be here with our technical staff for any questions you may have. And with that, I will hand it off to my colleague, Mario Lara.
And this is the final presentation? Very good. Thank you.
This is the last one, Mayor. Public safety. Honorable Mayor and Council, I am Mario Lara, Assistant City Manager. The next few slides outline the strategic budget reduction strategies proposed by your public safety departments, namely Department of Community Response, Fire, and Police, as part of the City Manager's proposed budget. Like my colleagues, I would like to extend my gratitude to the department heads and their dedicated teams for their diligent efforts in identifying these strategies and for their attendance here today to help respond to questions that you may have. Their presence here today also underscores their commitment to transparency and accountability. During the workshops held in February, each department provided comprehensive presentations on their programs and services. They highlighted the escalating demand for services, the legislative mandates that you've heard about, and the community's call for heightened transparency and social equity. It is crucial to recognize that public safety and homelessness consistently rank among the top priorities to our community members. This sentiment was reaffirmed by the Council Priorities Setting Workshop last year and echoed in the 2023 Annual Community Survey conducted by the City Auditor, as well as the Budget Community Input Sessions. The budget reduction strategies presented here take into account these community and council priorities, the legal mandates, the social equity considerations, and the City Manager's directive to avoid layoffs and preserve core services. The proposed budget for public safety departments includes reduction strategies totaling $15 million, achieved through a combination of revenue enhancements and the elimination of 10 carefully selected vacant positions in the police department. Additionally, cost-neutral adjustments have been made, such as transitioning vacant sworn officer positions to non-sworn community services officer positions and implementing single-role program in the fire department by swapping dual-role firefighter positions for emergency medical technicians and paramedics. These initiatives do not only address recruitment challenges by serving as pipeline programs, but also cater to the increasing demand for services without relying solely on sworn positions. Furthermore, all departments are actively pursuing and utilizing external funding opportunities to offset budget reductions. An example of this is the reallocation of HAP or state funding. As part of the budget balancing efforts, $3.8 million of the prior year HAP savings have been reallocated to extend and preserve existing and recently expanded shelter programs. The fire department's proposed budget includes $6.7 million in revenue enhancements. $3 million is for its emergency medical services EMS operations and comes from intergovernmental transfers related to the add-on fee of the Plan Provider Ground Emergency Medical Transport Program, PPGEMT for short. PPG-EMT is a program to assist the city in recovering costs associated with provision of emergency medical services to individuals who are covered by Medi-Cal. Use of these funds, however, to cover existing ongoing costs for EMS operations would mean that there wouldn't be any excess revenues available for other eligible EMS costs, such as one-time capital equipment outlays or expansion of the program. The fire department is also proposing to enter into a contractual agreement to provide ambulance services. This will augment the department's capacity to respond to medical aid calls and bolster revenue streams with an estimated net positive impact of $2.75 million. A small adjustment related to special district billing is also included in the fire's proposed budget in alignment with anticipated revenue based on historical performance and updated projections. And similarly, modest revenue adjustments have been proposed by Police Department based on CPI adjustments for 20 miscellaneous permits, licenses, and reports, fees, and charges. Level 1 adjustments entail the one-time use of carry-forward intergovernmental transfers to fund implementation of the single-role program, which I mentioned earlier, and to close the structural deficit, ensuring the sustainability of essential services. Meanwhile, the Police Department expenditure reduction, such as eliminating redundant cellular connectivity for vehicle laptop, underscores our commitment to fiscal prudence without compromising service levels. Level 2 budget reduction strategies involve, as I mentioned, the elimination of 10 vacant FTEs in the Police Department across 4 program areas. This will necessitate workload redistribution among the remaining existing staff and could result in a decreased capacity to sustain current service levels. The most significant impact will likely be in the Internal Affairs Division, where the volume and flow of complaints through the investigation process will be impacted. The release of records and files may also be delayed. Remaining existing staff will experience increased workloads, and this could lead to diminished productivity and increased errors. Measures, however, will be taken to mitigate the adverse impacts. An example is the transition to civilian roles by swapping out certain sworn positions. This aligns with a gradual evolution of service delivery model to address resource constraints while meeting the demand for services. The budget reductions across public safety departments have been carefully and strategically vetted to preserve core services while adapting to changing needs. Notably, initiatives like the Incident Management Team and the Single Role Program underscore our proactive approach addressing community concerns and operational challenges. Furthermore, leveraging external funds and pursuing grant opportunities highlight our commitment to financial sustainability and innovation in service delivery. While we navigate these budget reductions, challenges such as recruiting the right talent, deferred maintenance, reliance on limited one-time external resources, operating in an increasingly complex legal environment, and higher demand for service persist. However, our proactive measures and strategic investments position us to address these challenges effectively. The proposed budget for public safety reflects a commitment to ensuring the safety and well-being of our community amidst evolving circumstances. This concludes my presentation, and I believe I turn it back to Budget
Thank
Team.
you, Mayor and Council, for your indulgence. I know it's a lot of information, but yeah, that is staff's presentation.
Thank you so much. We do have a number of people, of course, signed up to speak, which is great, and then we have council comments. I want to take the privilege of beginning, if I might, and some of you who are on budget and audit heard most of this today, but I think it's important to at least repeat it to try to at least establish a frame for the discussion, not only tonight, but over the next several weeks. First of all, I want to thank the city manager and the finance team and all of the departments involved in a very lengthy internal but somewhat public process as well, as there were prior presentations by each of the departments, hundreds of hours that lead us to tonight. And why I think you've done a good job, aside from all the technical skill, is because you have framed this well for the city's decision makers, the city council. You have proposed a balanced budget with a set of solutions as you described, some one-time solutions, some ongoing solutions, and you have presented us two sheets, if you will, multi-page sheets, one that describes, as we heard tonight, the solutions that you recommend, but you've also presented to us a list of things that you considered but did not recommend. And we, of course, can use that second sheet as a guide. We can use any other external document or resource that we want as well. But you've allowed us now to begin making decisions about what part of the manager's proposed budget we want to adopt, and it'll be most of it, of course, but where we want to trade out some of the solutions for other solutions. And it may be a little bit on the margins, but there's a significant enough margin, I think, to be able to make the debate meaningful. We have a legal obligation to balance the budget. And I will say that I am as concerned as I know you are, not as much about this year as about the out years. Because frankly, it's not going to be that hard to balance this year's budget. Not that hard. Hard, but not that hard. What really is at issue here is how we balance this year's budget without doing excessive harm to anything that matters, and at the same time not leave such a large hole for the next mayor and city council that becomes unmanageable, and that's the balance here. So there's one area that we talked about today where you've actually given us some significant room to have a discussion, and I want to highlight that. That is the issue of the economic uncertainty reserve. As you've told us, we have about $74 million in reserve on a base budget of general fund budget of about $750 million, correct? All right, so just around 10%, a little under. One of the things, and so you recommended that we not put about $4 million of additional money into that reserve for 24-25, but what you didn't do, not a judgment, just a statement of fact, you did not recommend withholding the 23-24 budget allocation into the reserve. And as you...
Yep, I would say that's correct, Mayor.
That's correct. Thank you. And this is cross-examination. And as you said, nothing you suggest, and I'm sure nothing we suggest, will center around taking money out of the economic uncertainty reserve. But for me, and of course this will be up to the council, increasing the reserve when imposing necessary cuts and fees doesn't seem like the right balance on that particular question, because it's a bit of a rainy day. And we've got the reserve, so putting more money in there when that could obviate the need for $3.8 million worth of restorations or augmentations or replacements is maybe the key takeaway, I hope, tonight from what might form the basis of our budget discussions and negotiations. Because if we do not put that 23-24 $3.8 million in the reserve, that's $3.8 million that we can sub in or out. Now, maybe not all of it, and maybe we shouldn't do all of it to make sure that we are, again, thinking about the out years. But that is a key point that I wanted to elevate. And so one of the things that I think is important, I wasn't sure whether I wanted to do this or not, but it was suggested by Councilman Guerra and others at the Budget and Audit Committee. Usually, every year over the past number of years, the mayor has done a budget memo following the manager's proposed budget. And it serves as a good way to sort of frame the council discussion a little bit. Two different versions, not that different, but with enough differences that it allows for that debate or discussion. I've done that during good times because it's a lot more fun to suggest how to spend the surplus money. But as I said this morning, maybe more important to do it when we are in deficit. So I intend to do that. Obviously not as a final word, that's up to you on one vote. But what I'm worried about here is weeks of council discussion with 17 different motions, because everybody's got a different subset of things that they want to start. And maybe, and this is what I'm going to listen very hard tonight, as I did today and in the weeks ahead, where you're coming from, and then figure out how we might amalgamate all that, work with the manager and work with the finance team, and put forward that letter sometime over the next couple of weeks. My frame on this, which I know is the frame of many members, I want to look at the equity impact of these decisions, both on the fee side and on the cut side. And I'll just lay it out now, and then I will be quiet probably the rest of the evening. But so one of the things that the manager has already had in place, I guess, by City Council direction, is this $200,000 scholarship fund to make sure that we're able to subsidize youth and elderly and community, right, when it comes to accessing city programs or city facilities. And that's really a good policy. And so when you take one set of proposed solutions, for example, Ryan Moore's categories, Jackie Beecham, YPSI, there are a lot of solutions, some of them smaller numbers, some of them significant, that call for eliminating fee waivers for various youth programs, requiring full payment for use of community centers and community facilities. And my analysis here, as I think about this letter and as we all think about this, is to understand the relationship between that proposed scholarship amount to be able to make up for the cuts, but also the actual impact on the lower income or disadvantaged communities of the city when it comes to those budget solutions. Because I don't know whether 200,000 is the right number. And the other thing that I worry about is that a voucher or scholarship program, and maybe this gets to the language access issues that Councilmember Vang and Guerra have talked about. How are we marketing that? And do all communities, especially the communities we're trying to reach, do they know how to apply for the scholarship and all this? And so you can make a cut with the intention of being able to subsidize those who need it the most. But the relationship between the amount and then doing it as a voucher, this is something I don't know. And to me, it's the core of this budget deliberation for me. And as we look at the potential of $3.8 million worth of restoration. Finally, this RT issue, which is a major issue that I want to discuss. We talked about this again earlier today. We must not forsake our kids in this community. Period. End of story. We must not. That program is vital. It's really important. It's providing, obviously, access to not just transportation, but to employment and school and independence for so many young Sacramentans. It's the brainchild of our former colleague Jay Chenier, but it's something now that has shown great success. The question isn't whether or not we keep it. The question is who pays for it. And so the city manager and I are organizing a meeting with the district superintendents and with the general manager of regional transit and his team. And we're going to sit down and discuss this, because this is not just about this year, right? We'll figure it out, but it's about the foreseeable future. It's about the continuation of this for the future. And this program is increasing ADA for the school districts. It's a core function of our transit system. It should be a source of pride. I know it is, and a national model. And so that's what we're going to do. So understand that it might be a little bumpy as we get between now and June the 11th, but we're not going to forsake kids. But we're going to have a robust discussion about balancing the responsibilities here. Okay?
Mayor,
Yeah.
I'd like to take just a couple moments here
Yeah.
to echo what Pete and Murthala were talking about. I want to thank our team out here who's worked on this budget here for, they said the last several months, it's probably about 4 or 5 months. And everybody's been rolling up their sleeve to try and figure out how to be thoughtful about delivering a budget that, first and foremost, does not impact any filled positions. And I think we've gotten there. I think this council's been very supportive, and it's echoed throughout the organization. And there's a lot of appreciation, starting with me and all the people you see here, but also all the people that are watching out in the field. Because, there was some skepticism early on, but here we are. A couple quick notes here that Pete didn't hit on here, or Murthala, is this issue of the EUR. We talked about it this morning. I think it's a great idea to revisit that and see how we can pull, bits and pieces together to make sure that we accommodate the request and the will of this council. Also important to recognize that if we fall below this 10% number, which, by the way, is what the council set the goal at, and we could change that at any point at the will of the council, with the will of the council. So if we were to forego this current year's contribution of $3.8 million and next year's, that would be something, some resources we could play with to do a bunch of things we're going to talk about.
Great.
And then the other thing that has not been mentioned is the incident management team, which has seen great success in partnership with DCR, police, fire, code, park rangers. This council gave me and the team the authority to spend up to $5 million. There were no dollars behind that. And so how we were able to achieve some of the early success is by running overtime in all these departments, in all the departments I talked about. So that falls to, the year end when people are running over their budgets. I say, absolutely, this is something the council wanted to do, but just understand that's not accounted for yet. And so with that, I just want to turn it back over to the council. And we're going to have some questions here tonight, but I understand in the coming weeks, we're really going to dive into all the nuts and bolts. I will be asking, let's see if Jackie's here, Jackie, to talk a little bit about the scholarship, just as a preview, and then we can dive into the various programs that you want to talk about as well. So.
That's fine. Do you want to do that now, or do you want to?
Jackie, you want to just hit that real quick first, and then we can turn it over to the council, because I know there's been a lot of discussion about this and how we plan on using these scholarships, what the current utilization rate is versus how it's going to impact some of the cuts we're talking
Sure.
about. Jackie?
Good evening, Jackie Beecham, Director of Youth Parks and Community Enrichment. So I'll try to provide a quick overview of what we currently offer and how it ties into some of our reduction strategies. So YPC currently provides scholarship and fee waiver and reduction opportunities in the following areas. So that's what we're currently doing. First, we have a youth sports field fee waiver and fee reduction program. We have a community center and clubhouse rental fee waiver and reduction program. And we have our aquatics, swim safe, and youth enrichment scholarship program. For older adults, we have the Heart Trust Fund Senior Scholarship Program. So obviously the purpose of all of these scholarships is to reduce the financial burden and the impacts to our youth and families and our older adults and their ability to participate in programming and also access our facilities across the city. Council adopted resolutions for the youth sports field usage and the community center and clubhouse rentals that authorizes fee waivers and reductions for certain qualifying activities and uses. Those include, but they aren't limited to, youth-serving community-based organizations and nonprofits, volunteer sports leagues, and uses that can demonstrate a larger community benefit. Our aquatics and swim safe and youth enrichment scholarship program, specifically for programs, that has been implemented by YPC several years ago. We use an application process that qualifies youth and families for fee-based youth programs that are sponsored by our department, and it's based on financial need. That's a program that's been in place for many years and has been very successful. This includes programs like our swim lessons, swim teams, and summer camp programs. And then the Heart Trust Fund Scholarship Program is established by the Heart Trust Fund Committee. It's implemented by YPC, and it uses an application process that qualifies older adults for any fee-based recreation programs that are sponsored by the department. So that would include participation in our RRR program that some older adults take advantage of. And I will say that the Heart Trust Fund Senior Scholarship Program does have adequate funding to support any fee increases that are associated with our reduction strategies that you're seeing reflected here in the proposal. Of the three three programs I mentioned, scholarship programs I mentioned, that are youth-serving programs, Only one of them is formally budgeted. Mayor, that's the $200,000 that you spoke about. That's funding for the youth sports field fee waiver and fee reduction program. That receives $200,000 of general fund allocation annually. That goes into a MIOP. And each year, the fund reimburses YPC for any fees waived that are associated with sports field use for youth. Unspent dollars from that fund are authorized to be spent on youth sports field maintenance each year. The Community Center and Clubhouse Fee Waiver and Rental Reduction Program and the Aquatics, Swim Safe, and Youth Enrichment Scholarship Programs are unfunded. They have never been funded, and all associated costs are absorbed within YPC's operating budget. So we are proposing a restructure to the current Youth Sports Field Scholarship Fund or usage program and expanding eligibility through the established fund to all youth serving programs and facility use. So that would make it the Youth Program Scholarship Fund. The establishment and expansion of this fund or dedicated scholarship program for youth would result in many of these proposed fees having little to no impact on youth program participation, at least in this upcoming fiscal year. The anticipated available fund balance can support 100% of the projected YPC youth programs and sports field use that we would be expecting in the upcoming fiscal year, and a portion of the community center and clubhouse rentals for youth serving community-based organizations and nonprofits. As we continue to develop this program in the last several days and kind of revisit what it can look like to help manage some of these reduction strategies and fee increases, we'll work on those numbers for you and have a more clear picture of what those impacts might be. But we can at least commit to be pretty confidently state that in the upcoming fiscal year, there would not be an impact to participation levels, and users who currently take advantage of those opportunities and then some would be able to continue doing so.
Assuming the users know how to access the fund.
Yes, they are.
As you say, it's been pretty significantly undersubscribed.
The Youth Sports Field Usage Fund, the $200,000 has been underprescribed, but the other programs, the Swim Safe Scholarship Program awards tens and thousands of dollars a year to youth. That funds our lifeguard training program. That funds our swim lesson programs that we offer. It removes the fee barrier for our summer oasis programs for many families across the city. It would also be able to support increases to, some very nominal increases to camps that we're proposing that are currently free of charge, that we're proposing a $15 per week participation rate, which is still relatively affordable. It would be able to cover those costs as well.
Okay, for further discussion, thank you so much. Okay. All right, let's hear from members of the public, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 25 speakers on this item. I'll call a few names if you want to line up in the middle aisle. Ryan Henry, Brian Powers, Vanessa Kuldalbar, Delta Pickmello, Bob Sicato, Andrea Durham.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Henry. I'm a fire captain with the Sacramento Fire Department and the city vice president for Sacramento Area Firefighters Local 522. Your firefighters are in support of the city manager's proposed budget for fire, and I would like to share some supporting data on both the historical and current status of your fire department. This is the fire department annual report for 2004. 20 years ago, the city staffed 22 fire stations with 30 fire companies and responded to nearly 63,000 calls for service. As the annual report for 2014 shows, 10 years ago, the city staffed 24 fire stations with 33 fire companies and responded to 77,000 calls for service. In 2023, the Sacramento Fire Department staffed 24 stations with 34 fire companies and responded to 109,000 calls for service. Over the past 20 years, the fire department call volume has increased over 74%, and the number of fire companies responding to these incidents has increased by only 4. The results of this workload increase are significant. According to the Risk Management Annual Report for fiscal year 2022, the fire department makes up 34% of the city's work comp claims and 37% of the costs. 525 is the number of personnel it takes to staff our stations 24/7. 525 employees are accounting for 34% of the injuries in a workforce of over 5,000. That's staggering. We ask that you keep these facts in mind as you deliberate the adoption of this budget and continue to support improving the working conditions of your dedicated firefighters. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Brian Powers?
Thank you. I'm a resident of District 7. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chan, members of the council, I'm here tonight because when I saw Mr. Coletto's report of April 9th, I was alarmed when I saw the level 3 and level 4 proposed cuts, and I realized all departments had to do that. So I was encouraged when I saw the actual proposed budget that does not include any of those level 3 or level 4 cuts to the police department, and I am specifically focused on the police department because I think that is, along with the fire department, Mr. Henry, the two most important public services that the city is responsible for. So my concern, and the reason that I'm here tonight, is that I believe and think that some people are going to demand more cuts to the police department, and perhaps included in that will be those level 3 or level 4 proposed cuts. For example, deletion of the Traffic Enforcement Division, which only consists of 9 officers. It's only within the last couple of years that I've seen an officer in my neighborhood. The city has dedicated itself to making streets safer, and that is one of the ways to make streets safer. And to eliminate that would be a disaster, and there are other things that would be disastrous as well. So I'm going to ask you to remember that almost a year ago during the budget process at that point in time, Chief Lester told you that the city police department was woefully understaffed. It still is, and it will be after this process is done. But hopefully it won't be harmed in a way that will do real harm to the citizens of the city of Sacramento. So I ask you as you go through this process, not just to support the police department, that's not the point, but to support the public safety of all the residents of the city of Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Vanessa Kudabar?
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and council members. My name is Vanessa Cuddeback. I am a 3rd grade teacher in East Sacramento and a working parent whose son relies on public transit to get to school. I'm also the president of the Parent Teacher Student Association of New Technology Early College High School in Sac City Unified. My son's school, New Technology Early College High School, offers students the opportunity to obtain an associate's degree in competitive fields such as computer science while in high school through a dual enrollment partnership with local city colleges. The majority of our students come from low-income families. Almost 70% are Spanish-speaking Latino families. Many will be the first person in their family to attend college. These kids depend on the Kids Ride Free program, not only to get to their school, but to also get to the city college where they're taking their college courses. I'm happy to hear you say that you will not forsake our kids, for if you were to cut the Kids Ride Free program, you would be sabotaging these dedicated students' chances in forging a path of success. Access to transportation is one of the key levers of equity in our city. The negative impact of cutting this program to equity is monumental. Kids forging sustainable careers and futures is not just a parent problem, a school problem, or a teacher problem. It is a city problem. These kids deserve a chance for a sustainable future in our city. Please continue the Kids Ride Free program. Continue to invest in our youth and the future of our city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Delta Pickmello?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for this opportunity. I am Delta Pickmello. I'm the director of the Sacramento History Alliance, which manages the Sacramento History Museum, and since 2016, the Old Sacramento Visitors Center. I am opposed and would ask you to be opposed to the $87,000 cut to our budget. It is in two parts. $37,000 of that goes towards the management of the visitor center, which is the only public visitor center in the Sacramento area. And the other 50%, or the other $50,000 goes towards our public programming, our free public programming that is in partnership with our community members. For example, we participate in a free museum weekend in Blue Star Museum, which allows free access to veterans and active duty military and their families. We closed recently for a closed to the public for a private experience for members of the Sacramento Society for the Blind. We had a free evening reception for the National Federation for the Blind, the free lowrider celebration in conjunction with our exhibit, a free youth day that with demonstrations on painting, detailing, designing, and fabricating of lowrider bicycles, a free community day and California Native Market with art and demonstrations in collaboration with the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians, a free outdoor spring festival featuring art, dance, demonstrations, food, and music, a free history research workshop series, and a historical presentation with professional Chautauqua-trained historians. All of these things are made possible by that additional $50,000. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for your comments. Bob?
Good evening, City Council. My name is Bob Staccato. I'm the board chair for the Sacramento History Alliance. Just want to dovetail on what Delta stated. So I'm opposed to the proposed budget cuts to the Sacramento History Alliance. This would significantly impact the current level that we're providing, specifically the operation of the visitor center. It would take us from a 7-day operation down to a 1-day operations. It would impact the revenue generated from our visitors, particularly those who come to the waterfront in Old Sacramento. Consequently, that could have an impact on the tax revenue generated in that area, also the potential leading to more regression rather than progression. So I would strongly urge the council to reconsider the budget cuts to ensure the continued provision of the vital services that the Sacramento History Alliance provides. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Andrea, then Judy Hyrigoen.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Andrea Durham. I'm the Executive Director of the SMUD Museum of Science and Curiosity, and we are grateful for your past support, and I also urge you not to cut the budget by the proposed $87,000. I want to speak to two significant areas that we contribute to this community. The first is the children of Sacramento. We are here for the children of Sacramento. We are an essential resource in many ways. We are here to close the COVID learning gap. We help inspire the innovators of tomorrow. STEM is a core spending priority for this city, and the children of Sacramento deserve MOSAC to support their lifelong learning. 95% of lifelong learning happens out of school, and we are an important part of that out-of-school ecosystem. We support teachers and students. 24,000 school children came through MOSAC last year. The second opportunity we have is to continue to close the equity gap. Thanks to our Museums for All program, anyone that holds a SNAP EBT card can come into MOSAC for free. And thanks to that program, we welcomed more than 4,000 Sacramentans and greater area people into MOSAC for absolutely free. And that program has only been in place since July. So that is growing. We want to grow. We are here for our community. Our community wants us to continue to grow, offer more. Our community wants us to do more, not do less. We want to increase access and accessibility, and the funding allows us to do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Judy. Following Judy is Devin Strucker, then Terrence Gladway.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name's Judy Hirigoyen. I moved here from Fresno about a year ago. And Before I moved here from Fresno, where I raised my family, my sons and their families relocated to Sacramento. And in Fresno, the common complaint is there's nothing to do here. I'm here to oppose the cuts to the Museum of Science and Curiosity, MOSAC. One of the reasons my son's families are here is because they feel it's a richer upbringing for their children. And since I've been here, I've been going wild, going to everything there is in Sacramento. It's the big city if you're coming from Fresno. But I've been to MOSAC 5 times with my grandchildren and with friends. That was the Pink Floyd show. And I can tell you that every time I've been there, there's been a line of school buses there with children filling the museum for the experience and for the day camps there. In fact, 1,100 field trips have made MOSAC their destination, and school field trips are going there from 21 counties in California. These are STEM activities that those field trips would have no other destination to. There is no alternative to that kind of a destination for school field trips in this area. No alternative. It's an educational institution that has no alternative in this area. So if you haven't visited MOSAC, particularly if you haven't taken a child, go find one. Take them to MOSAC and please visit it before
Thank you for your
make
comments.
your decision.
Thank you for your comments. Your time
Thank
is
you.
complete. Our next speaker is Devin Strecker, Terrence Gladney, Alex Torres, Tiffany Clark, Tammy Dramer. I don't see Devin. Is Terrence here? No. Alex Torres, then Tiffany Clark, then Tammy Dramer.
Good evening, members of the council. Mr. Mayor, good to see you all again. Alex Torres here today on behalf of the Capital Venues Coalition, which includes all of our independent brick and mortar music venues, music festivals, and partners in the nightclub, nightlife, and special event space, here today to express strong support for the creation of the Entertainment Services Division proposed in the budget. Let me start by thanking city staff and acknowledge the challenge you all face in a challenging budget cycle. I would note, while it's a challenge, it's a great opportunity to think about efficiencies and how we can attract creative businesses, other businesses that will ultimately benefit city coffers. This proposal ultimately represents a return on investment for the city and a way to maximize dollars into our local economies in multiple areas. The proposal to consolidate all entertainment-related permitting into a single division, the city will create a single point of entry for these services and increase staffing and capacity to support these activities in the city. This will in turn incentivize growth in this sector and generate more activity in the process, making it easier for existing renewals and new and existing operators to thrive and grow in helping the city realize its potential as a city of music and festivals. While we still have a lot of work to do in this space to continue to support the ecosystem, this is a very significant step, and I strongly urge your support and inclusion of this provision in the budget. Again, I want to say a big thank you to city staff. I can't say enough how far we've come in just the brief time since we started having these conversations. And Mayor Steinberg, you had a whole State of the City event on it, talking about what we can do, the potential, and it's really great to see this in the budget. Again, a lot of work we need to do to get the policy right on a few other tweaks, talking sound management, making sure public safety is adequately equipped to handle the influx of folks, but look forward to working with you all to make sure we realize that vision of Sacramento as a true music city. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Tiffany Clark.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg, council members, staff. My name is Tiffany Clark. Reiterating what I said this morning and in a letter I emailed yesterday, I am a Sacramento attorney operating as a home business or home occupation. And I urge this council to reject the 2 home occupation fee increases that are proposed, number 175 and 176. Home occupations, home businesses owners are more likely than other small business owners to be women, ethnic and racial minorities and members of other disadvantaged groups, and are currently in this city grappling with unusually restrictive home occupation regulations. So I ask that while we have the 2040 general plan promising reform, we recognize that that reform is slated and focused on evaluating potential reforms as late as 2029. And so in the meanwhile, I ask that we not burden these vulnerable residents still further by increasing their home occupation permit fee by over 50% and asking them to spend over $5,200 to make exception requests to the problematic home occupation provisions while reform is still pending. In part because over 43% of home businesses make $10,000 or less per year in gross receipts, and often as members of disadvantaged communities have a harder time obtaining outside business financing. And so I applaud your commitment to equity, and I appreciate your consideration on this matter. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Tammy Dramer?
Hi, thank you, Mayor, Council, and City Manager Chan. My name is Tammy Dramer, and I live in District 6. My business, Organized Sacramento, is on Broadway at 17th and in District 7, Rick Jennings District. We are here to advocate to sustain the funding for the city contributions for free public transit passes for Sacramento students. We know times are tight, which is a longer conversation. But though we support a balanced budget, we do not support balancing the budget on the backs of children trying to get to school. The $1 million contribution is a drop in the bucket of a $1.6 billion budget. So and it will adversely affect poor communities and families of color disproportionately. I will save you my other thoughts and reasonings as we submitted a letter yesterday, and I encourage you to read it all the way to the bottom. And since I have a minute left, I'm going to talk about the presentation a little bit. Want to encourage all of you and your department heads to use acronyms carefully, to explain them. At our Boards and Commissions Leadership Institute, which we also house, we have a friendly fine of $1 every time somebody uses an acronym and does not explain it. And that money can actually be donated, right, to a charity of a good cause. Some of the acronyms that were used tonight were YIPSY. And we figured out EUR, which is the Economic
Uncertainty Reserve.
Uncertainty Reserve, and the MIOP. Right? So there's a lot of things where when you use those kinds of acronyms, you're alienating the people who are here. You're making them feel uncomfortable for coming here. And so if we could all just be better leaders in that regard, it would be very much appreciated. So
A great reminder.
Thank you.
Absolutely noted. Thank you.
Thank you all, and thank you for your great comments.
Thank you,
Thank you. I would say TY, but that would be.
Our next speaker is Jose Mquita Morales. Following Jose is Kristen, then Edison Leader, Jazit Singh, Adam Walker Greer.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. My name is Jose Mezquita Morales. I am a proud resident of District 3. And I work for a nonprofit called The Ring of Democracy, and we work every day with historically marginalized communities. And one thing that we're told in historically marginalized communities like my own is that education is the great equalizer. And I disagree. Transportation is the great equalizer, because without transportation, we can't access education, we can't access healthcare, we can't access everything we need to function in society. So I stand before you opposed to any budget cuts for the Ride Free RT program, because I feel like, as expressed, we cannot burden our historically marginalized kids and their willingness and eagerness to go to school, because once we start doing things like that, our values drop. And we cannot allow our kids to pay for that. As a historically marginalized Latino, queer man, accessing these resources as a transit rider when I was younger, these programs have become staples, and like everyone I know knows that if you're a kid, you can go to school for free, like on the bus. And if we start taking that away, it becomes a slippery slope. So yeah, I strongly urge you guys not to cut that funding. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Kristen, then Edison. Name?
Hello, my name is Edison Leader. I am 11 years old and in the 5th grade. I came here to explain why I believe the Mosaic Design Lab should not receive any budget cuts and to ask for your support. I've been lucky enough to participate in the Design Lab twice. In the Design Lab, the instructors taught me about science, engineering, and technology in a fun way. They taught me and helped me to design several wind turbine blades. Second of all, the Design Lab is an awesome place to design and build cool things like motorized wind turbines, 3D printed rockets, and much more. The Design Lab is a very safe place for children to learn and work. The instructors make sure I was safe and never got injured or bullied in the lab. Lastly, the Design Lab encourages STEM education, which is important for a child's education. It's a lot of fun, and not enough STEM is taught in school. Thank you for listening to me, and please support the Design Lab.
No, thank you for coming.
You're welcome.
I have Kristen, then Jazzy.
Going to be kind of hard to follow that, but hi, my name is Walker. I'm with ACE, as you can kind of see. Yeah. So I'm here because I do not want the budget cuts for the SAC Ride program. I think it's very important that children have the ability to get where they need to go. I think right now we live in a society where kids are very much indoors, and we want to encourage them to go out and learn about the world and learn about themselves, and making that as easy as possible is the best way. So yeah, please, I've heard you saying how important it was to make sure that we invest in our children, and I really do appreciate that. I do hope that you quote to that, and yeah, thank you so much for your time, you all.
Comments, Kristen, and then Jazzy.
Hello, Kristen, ACE organizer, transit, doing a lot of work around transit. I ride the bus all the time, talk to people, see a lot of kids on the bus and the train, a lot of families traveling with their children, and getting to where they need to go and where they want to go, right? So, we want people coming downtown. We want people to be able to get out here and spend money, right? That's not going to happen if we take their right away from them, okay? And it's not just poor people either. It's literally everyone who is sick of driving. And also, I heard you guys were talking about charging for parking on Sunday now too. So like now we have what's the incentive to even come down here, right? So I am going to appeal to your business side of this whole thing. It is bad for the city's business to do this to the children, right? It's not lucrative. You're not going to make any money if you cut people off from coming down here, okay? And I know that you said that you were thinking that the school district can pay for it, figure it out, right? They're the school district. I mean, let's not do that to them, right? Or maybe RT can figure out a way to find the money to do it, right? But what if that doesn't happen? What if neither of them are able to pay it? Are you gonna step up and are you gonna keep it? All right. Yeah. So think about that. Think about the money, right? The money it'll bring in to downtown, to the businesses. And yeah, think about the kids too. Oh, and keep that kid's lab open also.
Try to move this. Oh,
I can actually hear myself. All right. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. My name is Jasjeet Singh. I'm the Vice President of Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education. I'm here today as a trustee for Area 2, which is East Sacramento, River Park, Tahoe Park, parts of College Glen, and Midtown. And as many folks have already said, I just want to express my concern with the cut proposal to eliminate our youth to ride on the RT program free of cost. Mayor, I appreciate that you're already setting up meetings with our superintendents. I would just want to make sure that we are in those meetings as well.
Please.
And I still want to make mention of some of the planned comments. So I just want to say I think this cut would be devastating for our students, especially those in Sacramento City Unified specifically, many of whom are amongst our lowest of socioeconomic backgrounds and rely heavily on this transit to get to school. Given the deep learning loss of COVID and the ability to reach school being cited as one of the top reasons for chronic absenteeism, I want you to know that even if one student isn't able to make it, that's one student too many who wasn't able to come to school. And I think it's also important to say that this city talks about a strong commitment to being green. It's Bike Month. If we're going to be serious about making sure that people are able to get here and use our resources in a way where we're not relying heavily on cars, then maintaining this is one way to showcase to kids and students alike that maybe riding transit is cool. You don't actually have to go buy a fancy new car, which no one can afford anyways with 8% interest rates. I want our children to know that it's okay to ride RT, to ride buses, to get to and from places and venues and go to Kings games and get back and forth from school. Lastly, reaching out to some of you, the majority of this board, the city council, are former school board members. Councilmember Kaplan, Talamantes, Mr. Jennings, Mai Vang, you know what it means to invest in our students, and I hope you remember that as this vote comes forth for you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Lillian, then William McCurdy.
Hello, my name is Lily. I'd like to voice my support for the continuation of funding SAC-RT's Free Ride RT program. This program is really important to achieving equity for our students and families in Sacramento. The program allows students K through 12 to ride free on SAC-RT, and this also includes youth experiencing homelessness and are in foster programs. Since the program was implemented, student ridership now accounts for 1/4 of all riders on SAC-RT. This is compared to 8% before the program was implemented in 2019. This program is well used and well needed. The program is an investment in our youth. By providing free access to transportation, we're giving every child and teenager access to attend school, extracurricular activities, work, and socialize in real life, and also provide safety for homeless youth. Importantly, as mentioned before, the program improves school attendance. I'm sure everyone on the council believes that low-income students should not be academically disadvantaged because their families lack access to reliable transportation. Getting rid of this program would strengthen systemic racism and class inequality in Sacramento, as ridership has increased, notably in low-income and Black students. In addition to investing in the future of our low-income families, this program is helping to create a generation of transit riders. Increasing transit ridership is one way that we can decrease carbon emissions. Not only does this program improve our economic future of our youth, but it contributes to a more sustainable future for them because they are the ones who are going to bear the most of climate change. In conclusion, while I understand the budget deficit does need to be reckoned with, taking resources away from children who need them is not how we are going to close the gap. The investment of $1 million a year is going to pay us back in the social and economic opportunities of our students. And as an aside, as part of the transit union, we've been able to talk with SAC-RT. It's not that easy to get funding for transit, and so I don't think that we will be able to make up that gap and the service will be cut. So thank you.
Your comments? William, then Giovanna Fajardo.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm William McCarty. I'm a SAC-RT regular rider, and I grew up for a time in another state where I was a homeless youth, and so I can't really explain how impactful having, they had a ridership program there where I was able to use public transit for free, and that was it made a very big impact on my life. So I would like to ask that you don't cut budget for the Ride Free RT program. So thank you.
Your comments? Giovanna, then Susanna Ansel, then Kim Rada.
Good afternoon, Giovanna Fajardo with ACE, Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment. As I stated to some of you guys earlier today, part of the budget isn't just about how you guys could save money, but it's really on what you guys are gonna focus and what you're gonna invest in. And so a lot of us are here today. Hopefully you started to get some of the emails and calls from concerned residents and writers around the SAC-RT program. It's not something that is just affecting our youth, but we do want to make sure that part of the budget, that the taxpayers' money goes to invest our youth in Sacramento. That is something that is crucial and important. The other thing that people keep repeating, and was even in a report that was studied by the University of Texas, is that the most youth that are actually using the transportation are our people of color and our Black students. And that's something that happens, right? That's something that's cut when we cut lines and we cut service to bus. That's the community that depend on public transportation. And so it's not something that is affecting everybody equally. I grew up using public transportation to get to school, so I understand, but it's not just affecting the students, it's affecting the community. And so families use it, as other people are stating, more and more people are learning to use the bus because of that. And if we could enhance it, we could push it more people are gonna take the bus, more revenue's gonna come in, and we're happy to work with you guys and try to figure out solutions, but definitely cutting the $1 million for the youth ridership program is not gonna be the best option. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Suzanne, then Kim.
You're seeing a lot of yellow shirts. My name is Suzanne Ansel. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council people, for inviting us to speak about this very important topic of our budget. As you can see, I am also a member of ACE, and I am a member of their transit union. I use public transit to get to and from work, to and from my doctor's appointments. I can tell you the number of times that I have seen students from the Sacramento City Unified School District take public transit to go to the California State Museum or to go to these other awesome experiences that they have, and they don't have to pay to get on the bus. These are youth that are going to be our future. These are the youth that may one day sit in the same positions of power that you are sitting in. And we will be doing them an extreme disservice if we cut the free ride program for SAC-RT. I have a very sinking suspicion that if the Sacramento City Council were to pass the budget with that money being taken out, that the county's gonna say, well, you know what? Sacramento City's not gonna help pay for it. We're gonna yank our share of the money too. I can tell you right now where you could possibly find some money to help keep this small sliver of an equalizer to everybody, because transportation, as somebody once said, is the great equalizer. If you have to, cut your own paychecks and put your money where your mouth is to support our students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Kim Rada, then Michelle Wong, then Kevin Boltz.
Hi, my name is Kim Rada. I live in District 6 with Eric Guerra, and I am a teacher, and I live in Tahoe Park. I am wanting to encourage this council to please retain the Kids Ride Free program with SAC-RT. First, if you cut this program, it would contradict the city's climate goals and negate the hard work that has been made to make the city more pedestrian-friendly and more potentially increasing traffic and therefore more pollution in the Sacramento area. Second, underprivileged and marginalized students would be more confined to their prospective neighborhoods and without access and to them and their children. Additionally, it would put more stress on our infrastructure, and failing roads, which you guys have already said is another thing that we cannot pay for. With more vehicles on the road, this will ultimately cost more in the long run. Last, I see countless students utilizing the Kids Ride Free program as not as only that I live near Hiram Johnson and West Campus High School, but I'm also a teacher at a Title I school. Many students that I have at my school currently cannot make it to school unless they have access to that bus. We already have them, one of the most marginalized, I work at one of the most marginalized schools in the city, and I'm in agreement with this other person over here that said, If the Sac City cuts theirs, Sac County will follow suit. It is also proven that these costs within the Sac City could not be absorbed, considering that the Sac City School District just almost went into insolvency within the last few years, which caused almost a teacher strike and many days of missed education. So it is with my my encouragement that this city council, please, please, please do not cut this program. Please think of our kids first. Thank you.
Your comments, Michelle, then Kevin. Michelle Wong, then Kevin Bolts, then John King.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Michelle Wong. I'm the board president for the SMUD Museum of Science and Curiosity. First, I want to thank you all for your generous support of our project. I've been involved, as many of you know, for about 15 years in this project, and I know that you all have been very supportive in the past. I'm here to just ask that you consider keeping the city's funding for MOSAC at the current level. The funding from the general fund is currently at $129,000, and the proposed cut is $87,000. That's almost 70% of the amount that is currently being contributed to MOSAC. At a time when our students are still struggling to catch up from the disruption of COVID, our mission is more important than ever. Cutting the budget that supports MOSAC's ongoing operations would have a detrimental impact on our efforts to advance STEM learning in our community. Our admissions and membership only cover 30% of our operating costs. The consistent financial support from the city, our community, and our donors are critical to our ongoing success. I ask that you continue to fund us at the current levels. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Kevin Bolts, then John King.
Rachel Corey, Aish Mamat, tax the rich and defund the police. The most comical part of this budget proposal is increasing meter enforcement to include Sundays, because apparently someone can't figure out the delusion of funding the budget through parking fees died in 2020 with COVID. And why do we need this? What's the elephant in the room? What's the anchor weighing down the budget? That would be the Golden One Center. CBS News, October 2023. Sacramento's general fund to cover Golden One Center cost amid parking revenue shortfall, despite council promising this wouldn't happen. SAC B, April 2024. With the budget moving many state workers out of downtown office buildings, parking revenue is down and the city is struggling to pay for the Golden One Center, which begs the question, how did we get the Golden One Center in its current economic arrangement? KCRA, October 23. There was only one answer. I'll get on that plane, Steinberg said. Steinberg flew overnight, checked in a hotel, changed to a suit and tie, and headed to the St. Regis Hotel where the meeting was being held. And the commissioner, David Stern of the NBA, asked me, Mr. Pro Tem, can you guarantee that can you pass a legislation this year that would prohibit the proposed arena from being stopped or halted? There was opposition. Groups like Stop and Eye on Sacramento had already expressed displeasure with the cost of the arena. The petitions and lawsuits were already stalling by this point, but those were not concerned to Steinberg. Stern wanted Sacramento to have a new arena, and it needed to be in the downtown corridor. Again, there was only one answer, Steinberg said, and I said to the commissioner, yes, of course, we will pass a bill that makes it impossible for the opponents to stop the project. Getting that bill passed would prevent a lawsuit from stopping construction while also compressing the timeline. To do this, Steinberg abandoned the statewide California Economic Environmental Quality Bill Act and forced through legislation to get the arena done by the 2016-17 season. Homelessness up, rent up, budget upside down. That's Sacramento after 8 years of you. Bang up job, Daryl.
Good to see you, Kevin.
John
Thanks.
King. John King is our next speaker, then Marbella Sala.
Don't be cute, I might pop up where you live.
Is that a threat?
You already put me in handcuffs for it once. Try again. Try again.
Please do not speak out from the audience. Our next speaker is John King. John.
Good evening. I would just like to join others in briefly voicing my opposition to the proposed elimination of city funding for the Ride-Free RT Youth Transit Pass program. This program is essential for supporting Sacramento's working families and for helping our children to access educational opportunities, particularly the children of low-income families. It is also essential for helping us to meet our climate and emissions reductions goals through the promotion of public transit use in our communities. I urge that the City of Sacramento maintains its funding support for this program. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Marbella Sala, then Mary Tapple, then Dustin Smith.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council. You've heard enough about why you cannot eliminate the $1 million for free RT services to our youth. I just want to say something that I heard earlier, that it is a core city service to provide free rides to our youth. And that being said, it needs to stay in your budget. Take the Measure U money, $1 million, take it for that. That's what Measure U was designed to do. So take it, and while you figure out where you're going to get the additional funding, you have time, but that should not be eliminated. The other thing I wasn't sure about is whether there's a recommendation to eliminate the utility assistance rate program. That's not true. Okay, sorry, wrong. But I did see that there's a reduction, there's a proposal to reduce the pools, and I want to state that our low-income communities don't have options other than pools. If they can't go swimming, they have nowhere to go. They can't go in someone's backyard or in their backyard, so do not do that, especially in low-income communities. Measure U money is designed for that specifically. And then lastly, I was surprised to see that your language access manager has not been filled and that program has not been implemented. Over a year ago, your auditor gave a very comprehensive audit of the need to have a language access program that included a manager and a department. Having an ambassador program, while I applaud that, and I think it's wonderful, is no substitute for a language access program. If we don't have that, our communities do not know about all your programs, and I know firsthand when we're out there and we're tabling.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Mary Tapple, Dustin Smith, and then Jesse Givens will be our final speaker.
Mayor Steinberg, members of the City Council, thank you so much for this opportunity to address you. I'm Mary Tapple. I'm again speaking. I heard the park safety rangers mentioned for staff augmentation, but we need far more than that. It's getting to be a crisis along the northern Sacramento bike trail with vehicles just traveling at will, all sorts of vehicles, and now they've even started to speed. My husband was nearly hit head-on by one near Roble Elementary School just an hour or two before kids such as these were coming. And the grass at the time that my husband was nearly hit before I pruned it down was so high we could not have seen the vehicle where it is on the road there. And so that's the track you see there isn't the tire tracks, that's my clipping track. But anyway, it's obviously a hazard to kids, and we so need all of the particularly high-speed vehicles stopped from going on the trail at will, and the boulders need to be put at every track that's going onto the bike trail, the big boulders to stop them, and also the bollards need to be put at every entrance at the places that they've been taken out over the years or the places they were never possibly put in. And we need so much work on the bike trail safety. It's reaching crisis, and I know no one wants any kid hit, especially not the North area residents who are apt to know those kids. And we heard from the school district before that the kids are being chased by the loose pit bulls, and they're getting funding cuts in some of the schools because they can't provide safe access, among other things, to the kids. And they need to use that bike trail and need to use it safely. Please, whatever you do with the budget, make sure that this is still covered as a public safety that needs to be solved. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Dustin Smith.
Hello, my name is Dustin Smith. I'm the acting president of the Sacramento Police Officers Association. In 2008, we had 804 sworn police officers in the city of Sacramento. That was with a population of 461,000. Today, we're down a total of 141 FTEs from 2008. Measure U, the 2035 goals were to have 2 per 1,000 in the city of Sacramento. That's 2 sworn police officers for every 1,000 residents. That would put us at 1,056 sworn police officers right now. We've had an 11% increase in our population since 2008. Yet we are down 100 sworn positions now, and we have a woefully understaffed communication center. They cannot keep up with the 911 emergency calls. And all the new, with all the emergency calls, which I don't know if you understand, that's one of the number one complaints I hear when I go out to public meetings, is that our communication center, the ability to communicate with the police department to gain those services, just your initial call to the police department, is a difficult one. And I would say that that's probably a problem that not just all the sworn have with it, but that, again, the community with our meetings. We've had several new developments in the city of Sacramento, Natomas, Delta Shores, and the downtown entertainment nighttime economy is booming now. There are new and greater expectations for our officers that grow every day. We are expected to show the ability to de-escalate, remain professional, and show high levels of decision-making during all events. Expanding our workload while cutting services and FTEs jeopardize our ability to meet these expectations. During the recession, we eliminated a number of units that provide specialty services to the city. They have never been restored, and we are unlikely to see them moving forward. Unfortunately, with the police and public safety, we no longer have the ability to do more with less. We can only reduce what should be considered subpar levels of service that already exist.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our final speaker on this item is Jesse Givens.
Hi, good evening. How are you, Mr. Mayor? City council members. My name is Jesse Givens. I'm a server at Ella Dining Room and Bar. I recognize a few faces up here, definitely recognize a few sitting behind me. I've had the pleasure of serving quite a number of you, which is why I was unfortunate when I found out earlier this month that we were no longer getting our parking vouchers from the city, right? Right now I pay a $3 flat rate. That's gonna increase, right, quite substantially. It's about $780 a year right now, which is not a whole heck of a lot. It's a pretty good deal. With the new parking system, it would be about $2,080, $1,300 increase a year. That's a lot of money for someone like me, right? That's a rent payment. That's 4% of my income before taxes. Not to make things too personal, right? That would be, and I'm sure you all get free parking, as you should, right? You work for the city. Be like charging Mr. Mayor $7,000 a year to park his car to go to work. I think that's a little bit excessive, so I ask you to please not take away my parking vouchers or my 86 coworkers. I've done the math.
Which proposal is this? I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm trying to reference the proposal.
I don't think it was a proposal for today. It's just something that affected me personally. That's ending this month.
What is ending this month?
What I can do is report back to this council. I think you're talking about the discounted employee parking program?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Provided by the city.
Yeah.
Is part of the budget?
No, it's not part of the budget. But I'll have Matt Ironman, Stacy Overmail, maybe she can come and speak about this here. Come on up here, Stacy.
Come on up for a minute. It's okay. We'll give you your time back.
Please, no, I don't. No. That's pretty much all I wanted to say.
You've raised an important issue. We just want to. Yeah. We want to understand it.
Members, Stacy Hovermill, Parking Services Division
Why don't you
Manager.
come right over to the mic.
Hi.
Stacy, will you come over to the mic?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
So our discount employee parking program is still in effect. We did have a COVID discounted voucher program for employees that we had planned to end in July, and we've actually extended that out through the end of the year so that we can reevaluate it to see if we can keep it going.
Just to the end of the month.
So it was through the end of the month, and we extended that out. So if the message hasn't come to you yet,
it hasn't yet.
Thank you. Here it is.
Good news at City Hall.
Well, I hope at the end of this year you vote to extend it again.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Thanks, Stacy.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. So at least it's not ending in the next month, okay?
Stacy, can you give him a card?
Months or sooner than that.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Stacy, do you have a card you can give him in case he needs help getting that? Thank you.
Yeah, good.
Mayor, I have no more speakers.
All right, thank you. Show and express addressing your points of view. Let's turn it over.
Mayor, could I make a quick comment?
Yep.
Similar to this morning when we're at the Budget and Audit meeting, this notion of RT got a lot of traction, a lot of discussion. I think we're all on the same page here in terms of this program can't end. What we're talking about here is who funds it. And I'm supremely confident the mayor and I, with our conversations with RT and with the school districts and the superintendents, we're going to achieve the outcome we all want.
Councilmember Valenzuela.
Well, thank you. And I just want to start too by saying that in my time in office, I have to say this is honestly the most detailed budget process I've ever been through. And so I want to thank the city manager and the team for that, like getting these charts, getting all this explanation. This is way more detail than we've ever gotten. And so I really want to thank and appreciate the work that went into this, as well as the mayor for taking time to listen to our ideas and questions before he writes his letter, dictating how this could go. But I did want to ask before I start, city manager, I remember we did a community survey at the beginning of the year for budget priorities, and that wasn't included in the presentation. Is there any information or data from that you could share?
I think it aligns. We could have our budget staff talk a little bit about it, but we did a budget survey, we did outreach, we did community meetings. For the most part, Pete, fill in the blanks here if you can, but it aligned with the workshop we did in the fall with the council in terms of the priorities.
Okay, great. I would love to see the data. I mean, you don't have to go over it today, but maybe like a next council presentation.
Yeah, so council member, we did present the data to budget and audit, so I can send over the staff report, which has all the detail in it.
That would be awesome. Thank you, because I'm not on budget and audit, so I appreciate that. I also appreciate the mayor's idea around the EUR contribution. I think that's a great idea. I also want to highlight that our city charter officers did send us additional ideas that were not included in this budget. There's some moderate and low impact ideas in here that add up to just over $1 million that I think we should be looking at as well. So I want to put that on the radar, as well as obviously paying for a future council to not let the BOT update go completely by the wayside. I want to thank staff for including that again. I know the professional service fees got a lot of the attention, but a big part of that was actually increasing the money that businesses over $12.5 million contributed to the city, which is obviously money I don't think we should leave on the table long term as we look at ongoing structural issues. But for my notes, I'll just say, to echo what the public commenter said, I don't support eliminating the ride-free program. I think if there isn't an agreement reached out by the time we approve this budget, that we should budget the money. I'm not comfortable moving forward if there isn't an agreement in the next few weeks, and I think with the meetings the mayor's setting up, that should be easy to determine. I also don't support the elimination of IT's digital equity or fiber optic programs. I actually think that's one of those foolhardy, like, penny wise, pound foolish type things, because like there's a lot of federal and state money on the table for expanding digital, and I know we've been working on reaching certain parts of my district, and if there's one thing we've learned in the pandemic is how important these services are for jobs, for healthcare, for education, and so that $400,000 I think is one of those things that could easily be doubled and tripled with grant funding available, and I just think it's foolish of us to eliminate that. I also don't support the language access position being eliminated, and do want to say that I appreciate Jackie breaking down the fee, I don't know where she went. I appreciate you breaking down the fee waivers and the different scholarships available for youth and seniors. I think the point, and I'm really glad that the Ella employee came tonight to speak to, like, we are also increasing fees across parking. We are also increasing fines for parking violations. And so I do think that looking at the fine and fee justice program and perhaps allocating additional resources for folks who may not be able to pay an increased parking ticket when they get it. I know that happens from time to time. We had the towing increased fees that we were paying for through PD. I don't know if there's funding for that in this budget. And so if there's a way for us to free up some additional resources so that as things come up through the fine and fee justice program, we can allocate resources to ensure we're not, because I'm sure when we do our equity analysis, this is one of the things that's going to come up. A lot of employees who work in my district get repeated parking violations before they find out about the employment program, and even then sometimes they're just in a rush to get to work, and so it's easier to park and try to pay, and it falls through the cracks, and I hate to see people get impacted while we're doing this, because I know that's not our intention, to impact the people who can't afford to pay it. Now, to some of my questions, those are it for my priorities. I do want to say that in general, I would love a separate council discussion before we finalize this budget on metrics. I know the Measure U Commission has expressed interest in this. I have a strong interest in this. We ask questions every year about things like what percentage of PD's time is spent responding to calls versus doing other things. And I think we could have a really great discussion about what metrics we want to hold ourselves accountable to help inform next year's budget as you all continue to look at potential continued reductions. So that's something I'd I'd love for us to see. And I also want to talk about the one-time money, because I know in the Budget Committee earlier, it was talked about how most of those one-time allocations are not continuing because it was one-time money. But I will note that in the chart of things that we did not do, as a level 4 proposed cut, there is decreasing funding for the Downtown Sacramento Partnership for COVID area increased services for $225,000. So not all programs got eliminated that got one-time augmentation. And so I think it would be really helpful to see a chart maybe of the decisions that have been made that aren't as a proposed cut of one-time program funding that continued. Because that is a policy decision that's being made within this budget, and it's not super clearly broken out, like what were the things we paid for with ARPA money that we've decided to continue versus the things we're deciding not to continue. I think that would be helpful.
So for clarification, just so that the staff can jot this down, you're looking for a list of the things that we did not cut?
Yes. So the one-time funding that we made and programs that we are continuing through this year.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And yeah.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, I mean, Pete hit it earlier this morning, and Marthala did as well, and then tonight. You know, all the proposed budget is just that. There's a list of things for this council to consider swapping out. So if you feel like some of the things we propose is not untenable, let's pull that out and let's replace it with something else.
I think that would be great. I know that like this potential cuts that did not get considered is probably not everything we're funding in the city of Sacramento. And so I just want to make sure those are decisions. Like I said, I'm not proposing to cut the Downtown Sacramento Partnership funding. I'm just saying I wonder if there's other programs that continued, because that's a policy decision this council will make in times of budget constraint of whether we want to continue those things or not.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We did our best to try and put them in different tranches, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And so I think that would just be maybe helpful, like side chart to just say, here's the one-time programs we're keeping. And the homelessness programs are going to be some of those. Like, I think there's things that we would obviously support, but I just think information would be helpful. And then my last question here is regarding some of the level 2 proposed reductions to PD that were not included, which in my math, which was super quick and on my phone, so don't cite it, was $3.8 million in potential reductions that we did not include in this budget proposal that were identified. I will say that I think there's a lot of programs I saw listed there that I would pick over internal affairs that I would want on the chopping block. I think eliminating those positions from a policy perspective was really troublesome to me when I looked at some of the other divisions. So for example, there was a vacant captain position in research, training, and development, which cost over $367,000 a year, by the way, which I was like, wow, our captains make really good money. But that are they the only person in that division? And is that why we kept that position? Is it a super small division of like 3 people? And so we're like, eliminating this one position is a really big deal. Like, I think those sort of that data would be helpful for me. So I already asked staff about, can we get an idea of like in these divisions that were identified as level 2 where we propose potential cuts, is it a 20-person division? Is it a 5-person division? So we can get an idea of maybe some potential trade-offs we would make if we decided the IA position reductions weren't the direction we wanted to go.
We could provide the additional detail.
That would be really helpful. And just in general, well, I'm actually going to save these comments for another time, but I will just say that one thing that I had asked for in the last budget that I still don't have, and that I would really like to have, or that I hope we have, is the written overtime policy for PD. I am troubled by the thought that I get that why we would use labor savings to pay for overtime is a very practical practice, but I mean, how do we prevent abuse? How do we know that the overtime is being used for community priority? Like, what is the decision-making process? What is the oversight for watch commanders to say, hey, why did you pull in these extra 2 bodies for this shift? So I would love to get more information on that, because I know that's one of the justifications around the vacancies and why we keep those vacancies in PD is to cover overtime. But I'm troubled that I think it's been almost a year since I asked about overtime policies and we haven't heard anything. And I just want to make sure, just as a fiduciary responsibility, that we have some practice in place for how we make those decisions within the department so that we ensure that money is being as well used to the highest and best purpose. Obviously, they can't predict everything, and some of it's guesswork to say, well, usually we have this many calls in this shift, and so we think we need an extra person or 2, but I don't know that. So I think that would be something that I would just continue to reiterate. I would love to see, since that is where such a huge chunk, I mean, the PD budget, all of the positions are included in here. It's still well over 100 vacancies. That's a significant amount of money, especially when you're talking about salaries that are over $367,000 with benefits. So I just would love to see that, because it's something that's been eating at me since last year's budget that we just don't know.
We could absolutely provide that too, but a lot of it is just unpredictable, as you say. So we deal with protests every day. In fact, in these chambers, when we're not sure of, maybe what I can do is ask the chief, when we come back, not this time around, the next time around, to talk a little bit more about, okay, what are staffing levels? If we have a certain incident, here's how we staff and here's why we staff it that way.
Well, we've definitely, I think we've heard some of that, and that would be fine. I think my big question is, how do we prevent potential abuse? And I'm not accusing anybody of potential abuse. It's just when I see that much money kind of at the discretion of the department to decide when and how to use, I want to know that there's some checks and balances within the department that ensures that money is being used well. Because obviously, if it's not being used well, and if people are just calling people in because they said, hey, we usually have 10 people, let's have 10 people. I want to know what the oversight is for this.
So to be clear, is that just for police, or are you looking at all the departments?
Mainly police. I mean, all the departments would be great, but the police, I mean, this is over 100 positions, which is well over $20 million of essentially discretionary money that they're using for overtime.
Leto may have an answer.
Councilmember, yes. So we did, when you asked the question, we are including it as an SBI, supplemental budget information. I learned my lesson on acronyms. And we do have that information, and we'll be providing it to council.
Oh, that would be amazing. Thank you very much. All I need to do is ask Pete, so thank you. So that's all my questions for today, Mayor. Thanks again. Okay. I see you taking notes on the comments.
I am.
I really appreciate that.
Taking notes, absolutely. I got a letter to write. Councilmember Vang.
Thank you, Mayor. I am part of Budget and Audit. A few of the comments that I'm gonna make tonight is a repeat, but really I want to put it on record for the full council and for those that are watching. And so, and I do have a few more new items, given that during Budget and Audit we didn't have the assistant manager do the presentation, so it was really great for them to go through that exercise to the full council. So again, Pete and Marthala and city staff, I just want to say thank you again, just really for your hard work to get us to this moment, and really appreciate our city manager as well. Thank you for keeping your commitment to ensure that we don't eliminate any position. Our city staff is the backbone of our city, and we want to make sure that we keep them here. And so really want to thank you for that commitment. I said this earlier as well, but I also just want to give a shout out to 3 departments that did the pilot budget equity tool and guide: our fire department, our Office of Innovation, Economic Development, and our Convention and Cultural Services. Just thank you so much for kind of being our guinea pig, being really the first 3 departments to do this. And so I do have a few comments, and also just want to share with you the direction that I also made at Budget and Audit as well. And so the first piece is really around the revenue generating options, which the mayor touched upon this a little bit as well. And I'm not fully, like I shared, I'm not fully opposed to all the options on the table. But again, I just want to make sure that we're intentional on how and whom we increase fees on, and to ensure that we mitigate any harm to our most vulnerable community. In the Racial Equity Committee, we did discuss the budget equity tool. My understanding is that we only, because of capacity and training, we only apply this tool to specific reduction or departments. And I'm hoping, I know Ami and her team has worked incredibly hard to figure out how we're going to roll this out so that we could use this tool for future budget discussion, because as we're looking at the 5-year forecast, next year is going to be just as tough, right? And so it's going to be really important to apply this tool. And I'm mentioning this because on the revenue generating options, that tool should also be applied to how we generate revenue in the city, right? Because 2 of the items that I did discuss, and I know a few of my colleagues mentioned this already as well, is that to balance this budget, we are the proposal that's in front of us for us to react to is that we are increasing charges to community centers for our seniors and our youth programming. And I also just want to give a shout out to Jackie. I really appreciate the high overview of the scholarship, and really hoping to learn more about how the program works and if the $200,000 actually will cover the costs of the need in our communities. I would argue it's probably not enough to cover the need of our youth programming and facilities. But really appreciate that we're thinking ahead to figure out that if this is something that the mayor and council will cut, which I will not, that is definitely, Mayor, because I know you're taking notes for your letter, something that I don't support. Appreciate that we have this program to mitigate that, but I want to have a deeper understanding of how that scholarship program works. And then I also want to speak on the Ride RT. I just want to remind folks that this program actually started back in 2019 before several of us was on the city council. I know this is on the chopping block. And Mayor, I just want to say to you that I do agree with you and City Manager that we need to work with our school district, right? Because we have about 4 to 5 school districts within our city boundaries. And I think it's important for it to be a collective effort to really invest in our young people. My understanding is that SAC-RT, and I'm really thrilled to hear, Mayor, that you're going to begin those conversations with our various school districts to ask them for their support. But while we wait for confirmation from the various school districts, I still believe it's really important to keep this program paid by the city, and I'll share some reasons why. One, I think we heard from community members as well that this is a core city service, right? And while I fully support our school district to invest in transportation, I also want to note several things. One, not all of our youth attend our neighborhood public schools. We got low-income youth attending charter school, vocational schools, and so we have to think about those youth too, right? What happens to those youth? That's really key. And our students are also just not using the bus, our RT buses, to go to school. They're using it to go to work, right? So this is also about workforce training as well in the city. And then lastly, we are gearing up for the summer, and we know during the summertime, if our youth are not activated, if they don't have a transportation or places to go or critical programs, right, that's going to be really we will see the increase in violence. And so I also see this as a violence prevention strategy as well. And I just want to note that prior to the pandemic, SAC-RT had a ridership of 1.6 million. And this year, we're projecting about 4.2 million this year. And a large part of that is due to actually this program, Ride Free SAC-RT. Young people actually make up 23% of the total ridership. And I just got to note that actually 75% of youth ridership actually occurs within our city boundaries. So I think that's really important for data for us to know and why this investment is so important. I absolutely agree, though, that school districts should definitely step up because this actually increases your ADA and school district gets more money when students are able to go to school, right? And so it should be a collective responsibility. It should be our responsibility along with the school district. So just wanted to share that. And then back on the language access coordinator, I just want to provide some context, right? The mayor and council approved for a language access coordinator in last year's budget. And city staff has conducted interviews last year, and we were prepared to make this hire, but there was a freeze on it. And I said this earlier, and I'm going to say it again, but language equity and justice and access is an issue that I know several of my colleagues care deeply about. As a council member, as a resident of the city, I have come across numerous times where I've heard firsthand the challenges that our residents face in addressing city services. I mean, even I, as a council member, although this is not my role, but I do anyways, having to like translate flyers and interpret, right? I will do that because I'm a council member, but really we should make sure that our city services are accessible for all of our residents. In the audit, there was 16 recommendations to ensure that all of our communities can access our city services. I know we're working on a policy to address those 16 recommendations or those gaps, but one of those recommendations was to make sure we actually had a citywide person doing all the coordination. So to ensure that we're in alignment, right, to make sure that in terms of training, and this continues to be a top priority for me, and I know some of my colleagues, and so I just want to reiterate that. I also want to give a shout out to Marthala for sharing earlier that it's great that we're setting aside funding to support some of our language resources. So I want to give a shout out to Lynette's team, our ambassador program. They do incredible work. But again, their program should not be a substitute. It should be their program and the language access coordinator that's needed in the city of Sacramento. And so just wanted to mention that. And then I did have a question about level impacts. And I will just say the language access coordinator was categorized in a level 1 impact. A level 1, okay? And I would argue this is a level 3 or 4. I would argue it's not even a 1 because if we don't have citywide coordination on how we're implementing our audit recommendation, if our limited English residents can't access our core city services that we're trying to save, then we failed, right? And so I see it as a level 3 and a level 4. But I did notice, and Councilmember Valenzuela beat me to it, I noticed that in level 4 funding, there was funding for service for downtown partnership, and nothing against DP, if y'all are watching this, right? They do good work. But I've noticed that, you know, they were on the list of potential options to reduce, but they didn't make it to the to the main proposal. Obviously, this is going to be a trade-off, but I want to have a better understanding of how did we determine funding services for downtown partnership to be a level 4? Like, why not Fruit Ridge Road? Why not Mack Road or Stockton Boulevard or other corridors? So I'm just curious to know how that was categorized in level 4 funding. So would love for staff to, if they can't respond now, but to come back later and share with us how it was categorized in level 4. And then lastly, I just wanted to share with my colleagues as well that during budget and audit, I had provided direction to the city manager. In the report, this budget in particular really relies on a core budget priority and guidelines that was adopted in 2017. Many of us were not here when that core budget priority and guideline was adopted. And last year, in September, we held a council workshop on priorities, and we have yet to convene to discuss the next steps or even vote on them. And some of those priorities were diversity, equity, inclusion, public safety, housing, homelessness, deferred maintenance, economic development, creative economy, back to my arts folks, youth and climate, right? And so I think it's really important that as we're talking about the budget, that we're also budgeting from these 9 priorities that we actually discussed last year in September, and we have yet to act on them, right? I will give the city manager credit, though, that some of these priorities you definitely see in the budget for sure, right? But I think that as a governing body, it's really important for us to revisit the conversation that happened in September around those priorities and really work from there. And so I've requested the city manager, just to my colleagues, to bring back to BNA really the next steps for us to update the 2017 budget priorities and guidelines so that it can reflect the new mayor and council. And so just wanted to share that, Mayor. I hope you took some notes about the things I care about, and looking forward to reading your letter when it comes out to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Maple.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to start by also thanking Marthala and Pete. Thank you for the amount of work that goes into crafting a budget of this size, and especially in a difficult situation as we are in, the $66 million budget deficit. Really want to thank you for all your hard work and the whole finance team and the city manager's team as well. I know it's not easy, and we have a lot of difficult choices in front of us. And so I just want to start with very high-level priorities, because I know that we have a lot of discussions ahead and that many modifications will likely be made by this body and others at the other committees, and the budget may be substantially different than what we see today. And I really look forward to being an active participant in that, and incorporating the feedback that I've gotten from our community members and from in the audience today, and the letters that we've gotten and everything else. It's often said that our budget is a statement of our priorities. You probably hear that up here all the time, because it's true, right? When we look at where we're spending our money, that's how we tell you and the people that we represent what we are prioritizing and what we care about. And so I'm really glad that, coupled along with the budget process, we also have the community survey process, and that's used to inform a lot of those budget decisions in addition to the feedback that we all get. And so I think that is actually pretty innovative. I don't know if every other city does that. But we do, and I think that shows that we really care about what the community wants and that this is your budget. I think that the headline for this budget should read that our priority is people, right? And the number one reason that I say that is because the city manager and his team came to us and said, we want to make sure that we're not cutting a single filled position in the city. That's pretty important, because with the difficult decisions ahead we could have, right? We could have been talking about layoffs, but we knew that was not something that we wanted to do. We knew that we wanted to prioritize the people that work for the city of Sacramento, because none of the services that we provide happen without them. So we are only what we're doing because of our team and our staff. So I really appreciate that as a part of our budget. I think that should continue to be a priority as we all move forward in this process. I am also. The other thing that I think is really important, and this is what I'm hearing loud and clear from the residents of my district, is keeping core services, right? So to me, that means that we're keeping the lights on, we're making sure the trash is picked up on time, that our water's flowing and clean, and that someone responds quickly when you call 911, among other things. Those are the things that people expect of the city of Sacramento, and we need to continue to bring those services forth in a way that the people expect. So that's another thing that I hear loud and clear and that I'll be thinking of as we continue on in this process. I also recognize that making cuts isn't easy. Every single project and program serves a need in the city of Sacramento. And at the end of the day, we are gonna have to make decisions about how can we reduce our budget in a way that has the least amount of impact on our residents. And that's what we're all, I know, gonna be discussing and moving forward on. But no matter what, we're here in the hard times, we're also here in the good times. So I hope that no matter what we do have to do, that we take note of that, and as we move forward and things grow on in the city, that we'll keep those programs in mind. I also want to specifically address the Ride Free program. I think it's a wonderful program, and I also think that we need to think about how are we going to fund this in the long term, and who are all the partners involved? I think about my own experience. I was a beneficiary of busing in SCUSD as a student. Without that service, I would not have been able to get to school. It would have been almost impossible for my parents who are working more than full time and raising multiple kids to make that work and get us all to our respective schools. And so we also know that chronic absenteeism is one of the most pressing issues facing our schools today. So there are some schools that are looking at 50% absenteeism, which is a major, major driver. And if you look at a lot of the research around this, it is really clear that a lack of consistent transportation for students is a major driver behind chronic absenteeism. And that became really clear to me when I started speaking to some of the parents and the students and the principals in my district. And I asked them, hey, what's the challenge here? Why aren't your kids getting to school? And they said, they don't have transportation. There are homeless students that are staying in shelters. There are students that are in the foster care system who literally don't have a way to get to school. And so we know that making sure that we have robust transportation for students is the best way that's going to ensure their success. And so, historically speaking, there used to be a robust busing system, and that went away in the early 2010s due to the budget crisis at Sacramento City Unified, and it's not really returned in its previous capacity. So as a result, RT, the City of Sacramento, the County of Sacramento partnered to basically provide an emergency stopgap. That's a great thing. Was it a perfect solution? No. Regional transit wasn't designed around schools or student needs, right? So I think a lot of how these rides may not geographically benefit all students, and especially students in my district, where there's a lot of places that are not easily to access through public transportation like regional transit. And so it's not a perfect solution. I also think that there's some safety concerns in terms of how school bus drivers are trained specifically to deal with young people. I don't think that that's something we should expect from RT drivers as it relates to students getting to school. They have a lot of other responsibilities. And so I think as we look forward and we think about the good news is right now the Sacramento City Unified School District has a budget surplus, as I understand it. And I think that's really encouraging that we can work together, just like we worked together in the past to fill this gap, that we can work together moving forward to make sure that this program continues on, but hopefully in partnership. So the bottom line, in my view, for this specific program is that it stays intact. While there's no other options that exist, I don't think it should go away. But I also think that the school district needs to develop a long-term actionable strategy to make sure that kids are getting to school. And that's beyond the free ride program. What is our plan? How are we going to do this? I think that's imperative to address chronic absenteeism. I also think that it's the right thing to do to make sure that our kids get to school. And so I encourage us all, just aside from this specific program, the specific funding pot that's coming from the City of Sacramento, as a community to rally behind a school district-led strategic planning process around transportation, and that's something I would fully support and would love to be involved in. So with all of that said, I really want to thank especially our District 5 Community Cabinet. We have leaders from all over the district that have sent in their feedback, have called, have emailed. Thank you for giving it to me. Please continue to do that. And then as we look ahead at many more budget discussions, please know that there's still a lot of opportunities to get involved. So this is just the beginning and not the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Kaplan.
Thank you, Mayor. I, too, really want to thank Pete and his staff. I brought them out to my community conversations, and then he willingly stayed to talk to community members and hear their feedback. And you also came out a time before. So Natomas has had a lot of opportunities to see what's upcoming, and I just appreciate all of our staff's time and outreach to do that. I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you to our treasurer for his innovation ideas in creating savings for the prepaying of CalPERS funding. That's $3.8 million.
Yep.
What was it?
The prepayment savings is 1.5 million.
And then didn't he have something else that equaled? I thought I heard you say 3.8 earlier.
3.8 is HAP dollars.
The HAP, sorry. I heard you earlier in budget. So, okay, 1 million, not 3.8. You know, it happens when I'm not on budget and audit and I'm watching on TV, and a lot of numbers are flying down. But needless to say, over $1 million in savings with an innovative idea deserves thanks, because it's going to take all of us to come together with budget savings. I also think it's worth repeating. In September 2023, the council did have a workshop And while not a highly sophisticated, process, we did place our stickers next to our priorities of the 9 items that Councilmember Myvang brought up. And number 1 was how do we address our unhoused and homelessness? And then tied for second was housing, public safety, and addressing deferred maintenance and infrastructure investment. And I think as we look at our budget and we talk about where do we shift money, we try and look back on those priorities that we adopted, which I know you, city manager, when you talked to your departments, kept reminding them about it. Sadly, I will say I know I was the one dot that said that fiscal sustainability was important, but I will tell you that should be number 1, because right now, tonight, we are talking about fiscal sustainability. We won't be able to address any of our other council goals to the way that they should be addressed unless we are financially stable. And I say this having unfortunately gone through several rounds of budget cuts, and once as a school board member, Natomas Unified almost having to be taken over by the state, where we had to cut and close our libraries, we had no health aides, and basically we were funding teachers and had no extra to give. And I don't want the city to end up that way. I know what it looks like. And so that's what gives me a pause, because you're right, Mayor. This budget, as presented by the city manager, is actually easy. It's the next 2 or 3 years out that are really difficult. And so I would also like to look at one, as brought up by some of my colleagues, our budget priorities, which we've now got 6 new council members since 2017 of how we want to align that. But Mayor, I also agree with you where you talked about the 3.8 million of what should go to our economic uncertainties. I don't believe we should trade that. I believe that should go towards our long-term fiscal sustainability of not putting it in economic uncertainties, but helping buy down our future $60 million deficit. Because the biggest concern I have that's proposed with this budget today is we have a $66 million deficit. We are only in this budget proposing $3 million in ongoing savings. Of the $33.7 million of looking as to how we close the gap, only $3 million of that 33.7 is for ongoing. The rest of it is one time. Pete, you pull up that did I get my numbers right?
So for the citywide solutions, 3 million of the citywide solutions, which was 33.7, is ongoing. Overall, it's more balanced. So overall, it's 55% one-time solutions, 45% ongoing. When we look at how we close the 66 million as a whole.
But citywide structurally only 3 million.
Please clarify
So yeah,
this, 'cause
I'll try to clarify. So the citywide strategies were strategies outside of the departmental reductions. So we had asked all of the departments to say, hey, give us a reduction plan for up to 15% cuts. We also look centrally at other strategies. So those are citywide programs, or those are funds that we had set aside for certain projects. And so that 33.7 is from that group of strategies outside of the departmental reductions. So overall, overall it's more balanced. I'm looking to
what are the ongoing solutions, not distinguishing
so the ongoing
departments or
solutions,
citywide?
ongoing solutions totaled 30.1 million.
Okay.
And one time totaled 36.6 million.
Right.
And that gets us to the 66.7 to close the $66 million gap.
And that is a good follow-up, because if I'm sitting and watching budget and audit and I'm watching this again, I'm pretty sure the audience and those at home are getting confused as well. So thank you for correcting me in that. But we still have a huge structural deficit, and that's the core of what I'm talking about. Because this year's easy. We're getting rid of mostly vacant positions, which means the public has to understand it's going to take longer to get things done. For how we do that. And it goes to reminding our core services, as in our charter, is police, fire, water, sewer, storm drain, solid waste, code enforcement, construction, maintenance of parks and streets, planning and development, recreation and cultural activities, community response, and general administration. And our focusing on those cores, we really need to hone back down because those are the items we're gonna look at as our budget cuts. Something I think that the public really needs to hear again, and you have brought up, Pete, is over the next 4 years, CalPERS is increasing 30.3%, or 4 years, over a 4-year increase, it's gonna be 28.8 million in additional cuts we're going to have to make to the city, and that doesn't bring in additional revenue. Our liability insurance is going to increase 63% over the next 4 years for $26.7 million increase. So when we're looking at our budget and deficits years out, we've got liability insurance increases and CalPERS retirement that are significantly going up, that this budget structure or deficit doesn't address the issues we're gonna face in the years to come. And then we gotta think about our library ballot in 2026. I agree, Councilmember Valenzuela, BOT should not be off the table. I'm cool of keeping license fees all the same and just doing a BOT that taxes people appropriately who gross over $15 million a year. Take everything else off the table and just bring that forward, because that's really where we've got the big boxes in Walmart's paying $5,000 a year. That is not okay for everybody else in the city of Sacramento. So hope that is on the tail. Some of my objections, concerns as we look at kind of how we balance things. I am the mom of a 2nd and 5th grader. I just spent the last, I think a month and a half ago, I was at Mozak with my 2nd grader on a field trip. I have been there with my 5th grader, and last year she took the summer camp. There is value in that, and $87,000. I am open to any possibility where we move and find ways for future funding of that to be, and I hear Councilmember Guerra might have a good idea that I would support. So I am on that, as well as the History Museum. Sacramento History Museum, you've talked about how do we invest in old Sacramento, Mayor. We can't close down and have the visitor center at the History Museum only open 1 day a week. It's an amazing building that when we talk about how do we increase tourism and TOT, having the Sacramento History Museum open, it to me is a no-brainer, and I'm open again to long-term funding strategies on that. I would like a little bit more, not maybe tonight, or information to come back about parking meter increases. There is just something sacred about Sundays being free. I understand if the holiday program, we can't do that anymore, or maybe during the holidays it's only the weekends that are free, but you know, there is something sacred of knowing you can go downtown as a family and find street parking, and it's free. Just a balance of something to look at. When we look at all of our potential fee increases, I understand the need in parks and keeping up, but I want to be uber mindful. Our seniors are having the hardest time absorbing any fee increases. They're our fastest growing unhoused population. Inflation, as we heard earlier, rent has increased 55% over 4 years. Seniors on fixed incomes that are looking for things to do, more of their money is going, if they do not own their home and are renting, is going towards having to keep housing over their head. So to the extent that we can look at some of that. I too, Councilmember Valenzuela, have concerns with cutting our internal affairs. What does that do for our Office of Public Safety and Accountability? What does that impact look like to, we've talked about how do we create relationships and increase transparency? You don't do that by deleting a significant portion of IA. If there are other ways to look at that, that is something that is of concern for me, just the transparency and what it looks like. If OPSA can say, we got it, great. But I think, having a robust police department with an internal investigation team is important. Coming on to the topic of the night with home to school transportation. I agree with my colleagues that our kids are important, but I spent 20 years as a school board member, so I might come from a slightly different perspective because I believe in governance and to a certain extent trying to stay in our lines. Unlike other states, California law does not require school districts to provide busing for a student, even if they live far away from campus. So busing is also a core of where boards should consider their course. Federal law does require students with disabilities and those experiencing homelessness are guaranteed free transportation under federal law. But what a district provides otherwise is up to a local school board. San Juan Unified cut all, with nearly over half of their students who qualify for free and reduced meals. School buses are not offered except for what's federally protected. And this was done in 2011. I can tell you, when Natomas Unified almost went broke, we cut some transportation funding in South Natomas to get our high school students. And surprisingly, what we found for the next 3 years is average daily attendance at Natomas High School went up. So I'm not sure, I have no data as to why, but kids found ways to get to school. One of the reasons where I am supportive of the Ride Free program and understand that the Ride Free program costs $10 million. The city of Sacramento is supplementing at $1 million. Our school districts are not part of that team. And that conversation, when our school districts are making millions of dollars off of increased attendance, need to be part of that. So Mayor, prior to knowing you wanted to pull something out, I have already talked to Natomas Unified Superintendent and connected her to Henry Lee, as well as Twin Rivers Superintendent, and said you guys need to start the conversation. And why I say this is I looked up and got from the state budget that Sacramento City Unified every year gets $3.5 million for home to school transportation. Natomas, 1.3. Elk Grove, 8.3 million. Twin Rivers, 3.2 million every year in home to school. And let me give you an example of how not only do they get home to school transportation funding, of how our districts actually make money off of increased attendance. Sacramento City average daily attendance for students is $17,933.89. Their average daily attendance is around $33,490. I may have rounded and did some quick math, but if Sac City has all students going to school every day, 100% funding, that equals approximately $600 million that they would get for average daily attendance to run their schools. Average daily attendance in the state is at 95%. So that means Sac City gets about $570 million a year. Let's say Sac RT and the program we're paying has increased attendance by 0.5%. So if Sac City's attendance goes from 95% to 95.5, and they can point to the program, Sac City's state funding then goes to $573 million. So an increase of $3 million a year for the money that we put in for to help kids get to school. So Sac City has approximately $5 to $6 million that they get to help with home to school transportation and other things. So I think asking our school districts to be a partner is something we should absolutely do, and I expect my school districts, and I will heavily lean on them, to come to the table, because I think there is funding out there. I know Natomas Unified made it a priority, just as we made it a priority to fund safe routes to school. We don't ask the city for money. Natomas Unified provides it district-wide so that we have safe routes. I think we should ask our districts to do the same. So I have just a couple of questions on the proposed budget as I'm looking at some of these. So one of the things for Jackie, a couple of these are you, on the youth parks and community enrichment on page 44, it says increase revenue by restructuring facility rental fee waiver resolution. So if you wouldn't mind answering me, if you want to do it tonight or later, I'm just wanting to understand, because it says eliminate 100% waiver option with the exception of the city using the facilities. I will tell you, North Natomas Aquatic Center costs about $2,500 to rent it. I don't know how many people are going to be able to rent it without some help.
Good evening again. I can provide more detail to the full council in a follow-up. That would have an impact on how we restructure the youth fee waiver as well. But that's referencing the 2017 council-approved resolution that waives fees for either 50% or full reduction for qualifying uses. And there's currently no mechanism of reimbursement. Establishing a scholarship fund would help to alleviate some of that, more specifically for youth-serving organizations. But I'll provide a follow-up in more detail for you.
Okay, a couple more for you. On page 44, because my friends and I actually sign our kids up for the summer camps, on the increased revenue budget by increasing the summer Oasis camp to $100 per session, it already is $100.
So
$100 is not
it should be $115.
Okay. I just see discretionary increases for older adult services, and to a certain extent, Mayor, it just gives me a little pause with our seniors. You already know about my objections for the history and Mosaic. And, on what is this all part of the scholarship, or part of it says reduce youth stipends-based programming?
So no, that is not. That would be, so currently our youth workforce development programs for ages 10 to 17 receive stipends between the rate costs of $350 to $500 per program, which is pretty significant. So rather than eliminate actual available positions or slots in the stipend-based program, we would just slightly reduce the actual stipend that each participant would receive. So it'd go from $350 to $500 to $300 to $425. So there'd be a slight reduction in the stipend program, but we would still be accommodating the same level of capacities.
Okay, so those were, thank you, I appreciate it, Jackie. Those
You're welcome.
My questions. And then, where part of it where it says citywide and community support on page 53 on citywide strategies, where it says one-time projects, cleanup reduction, council chamber. Can you just confirm that we're still moving forward for ADA compliance with our council chambers, and that reduction doesn't include that?
I think Matt Ironman, the Public Works Director, will speak to it.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Matt Ironman, Public Works Director. Councilmember Kaplan, yes, it does still include. We plan on having the doors retrofitted over the holiday in July.
Okay, perfect. Just wanted to make sure that that wasn't on the chopping block. And then, City Manager, you challenged us when we talk about things that we want to keep. How do we potentially look at additional cuts? And like some of my colleagues, I looked at, why was the convention and cultural services $225,000 not cut? I did reach out. My staff reached out to Megan and did get a response. So Megan, I'm going to read your words.
She said the reason this was not approved as a reduction is because downtown area continues to struggle because of the dramatic shifts in worker presence in the city core. The desire to keep downtown core clean while encouraging activation in Old Sacramento, a significant tourist destination, was prioritized as a mean for driving other forms of revenue like parking and sales tax. In fiscal year 21, the city began supplementing DSP's P-bid and the services in the downtown core for additional cleaning. This funding was set to expire in fiscal year 24. Eliminating these services coupled with a reduction of approximately $100,000 from DSP's old Sacramento services would significantly harm them and harm the cleanliness that comes from these services and others as we're looking to increase and activate tourism in downtown and Old Sacramento. So with that justification, I'm okay not including that. But one of the things we look at or level 4 cuts, there is a bunch of funding for information technology. While I am not necessarily in support of taking it away from 311, because there is approximately $1 million plus in savings that could be had here, city manager, the thoughts of these, I know many of these positions have remained open for a long time. What is it, because we already do contract out with IT, what savings could be had potentially with contracting out some of these services and others that could result in a significant amount of additional savings for the city?
Are you speaking about the 311 operators?
Well, it says on page, well, I don't know, this is where the 1 through 4 items, convention and cultural services, fire, and then it goes information IT, delete 2.2 FTE senior applications developer supporting ECAPs. Like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and they're all 8 open IT positions.
Yeah. So what we can do is I can bring this back when we have a broader conversation about how we got here. But one of the things that we laid out early on when we kicked off this budget was that I've asked all the departments to take a look at everything they do, all the services they provide in the community, and kind of put in these tranches what level impact it will have on the community and with the services we deliver here. So I don't think I'm going to ask Darren to come up and speak to that just yet, but that's something we can bring back when we have the broader discussion.
And I'd very much like that, because when we look at IT, I see a significant amount more that the city is spending to cover increased cost, the tunes of millions of dollars when you go through the budget of new online information technology, protection, programming, all of that has significantly increased as well for costs.
Right, and I think it'll continue to increase just the level of attacks that we get every day. We're trying to defend the city's IT infrastructure.
So just a little bit of understanding of that, but if there is potential additional revenue, but I'm supportive of being as conservative to a certain extent as possible, knowing that we're going to be making these cuts next year and they're going to be a lot harder. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaplan. Councilmember Tao.
First off, I would like to say thank you to Peter and Martella for awesome presentation, and thank you for City Manager Howard Chan and staff, as the newest council member, and we're hit with this budget deficit. Definitely, I can say that this is a very thorough overview and report of the budget. Definitely, I would like to say that, for my district, core services are very important. We have the most vulnerable population, most marginalized population when it comes to homelessness, when it comes to youth. And so, I definitely core services to IMT, to DCR, definitely those are what's needed in our district at this moment. And, definitely it's reflective in the budget that, we are keeping these services. When it comes to, today's a very thorough discussion, and I'm here to listen and take in all the suggestions from public comments and my colleagues today to go back and look at this budget and reevaluate. Also, I appreciate that folks from my district come out today and speak on the budget as well. you know, when it comes to the RT ride share or RT ride, I think, you know, definitely where we're going with the where the mayors will reach out to the school districts and talk to how we can continue to provide RT services, because this is something that's really important in my district, because some youth in my district don't even leave the community, you know, and without access to transportation, you know, they can't access anywhere else outside of the community. And definitely this is something that's really needed. So that's something that I would hold as a priority, to see how the city can continue, even if we were to divest, how the free RT rides can still be provided to the community. And so definitely, I'm not going to talk much, but definitely will reevaluate what we've talked about today, and definitely go back and look at the budget and continue on the discussion. But thank
Good.
you, staff, for being thorough.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Guerra and then Jennings. Oh, go ahead, Rick. Why don't you go first, then I'll pick up Eric. Go ahead.
So my colleagues have said a lot of what I wanted to say, and I'm not going to repeat it. So I just want to kind of tell you that I was really pleased with the proposed 24-25 budget, $1.57 billion spending plan for the city's programs and services that supports a workforce of more than 5,000 employees. I thought it was a very well-done budget, and I want to thank everybody who had a part in doing that. You closed a gap of $66 million, funding gap with the elimination, without the elimination of any positions in the city, which you've heard already said. So I just wanted to stop for a minute and congratulate you on doing that. And just in listening to the public and the conversation that took place, there weren't very many things that were said outside of the RT free ride program and the museum. I mean, I think 80 to 85% or more of the conversation was around those two areas. And so it says that we're on the right track. I also was real pleased with the update that I got from Peter, and appreciate him really taking me through that. I looked at the dates that he had, and I felt he had a plan that's going to take us to the 11th when we finally decide to vote on it. So my only question to you and the mayor now is that now with the mayor's memo coming out, does that change our plan of the 11th to another date? And I would imagine that it does. But
No, we're going to work. We've been whispering. We're going to work it out. The 11th.
right.
We're going to final budget adoption on the 11th. When we go back to budget and audit, or before that, we're still discussing.
Okay, good. So you're trying to stay with the 11th?
We're staying.
Okay, we're staying with the 11th. That's affirmation for all of us to hear, because I like hearing that, so that's good. So just the thing that I just want to kind of talk about is the free ride program. And I think a couple of my colleagues have said it already. When you have ADA that goes up in the districts because of what we put in place in 2019, and we start to see that happening, when you see ADA go up, there should be money to be able to pay for this kind of a program. So Mayor, I thank you and the city manager for your leadership in setting up meetings with superintendents and RT and being able to have this conversation so we can talk about them paying their fair share, because we do want the program to continue for all the reasons that have been said. You know, marginalized kids that need transportation to get to school. I remember taking the bus every single day to school because the 3 miles that it took to walk took way too long, and I was late every time I decided to walk. So my mom made sure I got on the bus, and she had to pay for that at that point in time, which she really couldn't afford. But she sacrificed in order to make sure that we got to school. So I do think it's important that we keep that program. We just got to find a way for those who should pay for it to pay for it.
Right.
So, and I'll stop there because everything else has been said. I'm really pleased with where we are. I know that I have enough time between now and the 11th of June to be able to get my comments in if things change based on everything that we've said so far. And so I'm not going to give you the whole book today. I'm going to just give you the first chapter. I am pleased with what I've seen. and I'm looking forward to the next chapter. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Jennings. Councilmember Guerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's 2 minutes to 9 p.m., so people can watch the budget hearing for my rhetoric there. So I'll keep it real focused. That number one, I think it's important that we focused again, as Vice Mayor Maple mentioned, our city employees and the essential needs to make sure we're responding to, fire, to police, to in fact, if I'm not mistaken, an increase in park ranger services here to ensure that we have safe parks and that, our public parks, particularly in some of our disadvantaged communities, they can reclaim their parks. So thank you, City Manager, for the work that you've done on ensuring that. I know that's been a critical issue. Second, I mentioned it earlier. I don't ever expect, those who benefit from the fuel network to come to this council chambers, but I do think that we can find a solution for that. It's been a program that's been critical and helpful for our entire area here, and it actually has now expanded for a region here where other jurisdictions have been putting in. So I think it's important that we look at that service. On the Mosaic and Visitor Center, as I mentioned in budget and audit, because they are entities that do drive tourism, and they're new, so we need to make sure that we prime the pump so that they become that major driver like, the Exploratorium in the Bay Area. As an engineer, someone who grew up, with parents with only a 4th grade education, I do think that it also has that multiple benefit for us. So let's make sure that that we can address those. And I think through Measure N, as long as we have that clear nexus for tourism draw and for the region, I think there is a small gap that we can do that. But I don't think, that this is a long-term fix for that need. So I do think that this helps us get through that area. And also for, I want to thank Councilmember Kaplan and Vice Mayor Maple for, their comments on ride-free RT. As an air district member and many of us sit on the air districts, we know the benefits of making sure that this program continues and benefits and increases a custom for ridership. So do support that effort, but it needs to be, it's a regional benefit. Air quality is a regional benefit, so everyone in the region, including us, needs to participate. So figuring out that solution, I think, is important. Finally, one of the things that, it's a very small, minor thing. It was about 120,000, City Manager, on interns in the IT department. Many of them probably are Sac State computer science students. While it's, it's only 120K, it's about 12 interns that deal with the day-to-day issues when things go down, and if your laptop or your communication goes down. I just want us to consider what the balance of that, because one little, what's the thing, like, because of a nail, the war was lost or whatnot. I mean, I don't know if that's the right, or a shoe or whatnot. So I just want to make sure that something as small and effective, where we have so much response, that may be something just to throw on there. It's a minor thing, but
I'll include that as part of the report back that Councilman Kaplan asked for.
exactly. I mean, anyone knows when something goes down with your laptop and you can't do anything, then and they do minor things. With that, Mr. Mayor, thank you to the city staff again for putting together, I think, a budget that is, I think, in a tough year, easier, but a reminder that the 36 million of one-time money, everyone who came here and asked for, don't cut me today, should recognize that 36 million for next year. We should start that conversation, not next year, but in August of this year, to figure that out. So,
Can I ask you one question, Councilmember Guerra?
Yes.
You're a leader on the Air District?
Yes, I am.
Correct?
Yes.
Would you be willing to have that conversation, all the members of the Air
We
District?
our staff is already asking that, and we reached
all
out
the members.
to figure out what.
Talk to the Air District, because we're looking to create a collaborative funding model here for SAC RT, short-term
And they do have
long-term.
money to purchase zero emission vehicles. It's the operation that's important, so yes.
That's what I'm saying, but, 100,000 here, 100,000 there. It
All adds up.
Starts adding up. Okay.
Collaborative what, Mark?
Funding model.
Funding model.
Yes, exactly. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Talamantes.
Okay.
And I have one question, and we're going to end this.
And we get the honor of hearing each other twice in a day because we all serve on budget, and here we are with our budget team. So I'm going to repeat myself as well. Put it on the record. Again, thanks for no layoffs. I'm glad we're able to retain our employees and keeping our city services just front line and center in what we're doing. Agree with Councilmember Vang on making sure that we have language equity services. We have amazing programs here at the city, and it's important that people can access them. There's no point of having a program if people can't access it. Revenue generating options, I'm okay with the increase in fees, but the scholarship fund is something that I'm glad our city manager spoke about at the beginning, because we don't want our lower socioeconomically disadvantaged communities to be impacted. But again, the mayor's question is, how much do people know about it? How much do they take advantage of it? Is it really worth that time and the energy and everything else that goes into it? So do we not decrease those fees? And that's something I think that we're going to be considering for the mayor's memo. Earlier, we had community members come to budget and audit asking about the nonprofit partners that we have, like which ones are ongoing funding that the city is giving and which ones are one-time funds. So there was a question about how that was audited in the process for this year's budget with all our various different departments. So making sure that we give direction to the community leaders that sent us the letter is going to be important for next steps. We do have a massive budget deficit in the years to come. So I think as we move forward as a council in the years to come, we have the councilmember proposals that we submit to the city clerk's office when we have a wonderful idea that's going to cost the city of Sacramento money. And it includes economic impacts and financial considerations. So we really have to be selective about what we move forward with and how it aligns with our values and the workshop that we did that Councilmember Vang brought up. And then we also heard about the Active Transportation Commission today, the proposal that we had, and public safety. You know, you think about our roads and our infrastructure, so that's something that we want to fund. And so there's a lot of competing priorities here at the city of Sacramento and a limited number of dollars. So for us as a council, we really need to hone in and say, hey, what is it that we're going to focus on? And Measure N, I do want to fund Mosaic and the Sacramento History Center, and along with other organizations that contribute to the tourism here in Sacramento. But this measure was passed for a reason, to increase tourism in low socioeconomically disadvantaged communities. So something to keep in mind in creating structure and parameters about how we're going to be able to give out those monies. And that's about it.
Thank you. So just a couple closing comments. Great initial discussion. Again, if I haven't said thank you to the staff, I know I have, but thank you. Very good work. We all stand behind, through our votes and through what we believe, the collective bargaining related raises that we all voted on over this past year. Because our city employees matter, and these were cost of living increases, and we have real recruitment and retention challenges at the city. That competition matters. And as Councilmember Kaplan and others speak about the fact that we have a long-term deficit, an ongoing deficit, we are going to need the active partnership of all our exclusive representatives, all our employee partners here, to begin working on that now, because all of it is relevant as we think about not this year's budget, because appropriately the managers, and we all support it, has said no layoffs. We're obviously not cutting salaries, that's not the point. But we have to grapple with this together. We may sit across the table legally when it comes to the laws of collective bargaining, but we're all partners here and real partners. And that's the spirit with which we need to go forward. The last thing, and this is a question that has been asked, just for context. Pete, our deficit is $60+ million with the base budget of $750 million, general fund. It's about 8.8%. Can you put into context for us, because I talked to other mayors through the big city mayors throughout the state. Every other major city in the state has a similar percentage deficit. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, some are higher, some are lower, but as you know, LA, I think before their new labor agreements, their deficit was around 6%. I think Oakland and San Francisco might be a bit higher than ours. But as you say, all the major metropolitan areas in California are facing similar structural deficits.
And so we've got a plan here to take one bite of the elephant at a time, big bites, on an ongoing basis, some one-time solutions, and we're going to work our way through this as a city. And we may get a break, in terms of the economy, and generally mid-year and end of year, we tend to have a little bit more balance than what was anticipated, appropriate conservative revenue forecasting. So let's stay with this, everybody. We'll get this right. I'll work on my letter based upon the input that I've heard here tonight, and we'll come together and pass this budget. All right? Thank you. We are done. Council ideas and questions. I'm going to begin, and then I'm going to take leave. I want to congratulate Mayor Pro Tem Talamontes on her upcoming wedding and marriage. This is a beautiful thing. You and Fabrizio Sessa, who we all know, are getting married. And we just want to wish you nothing but happiness and a great celebration and great memories, right? We should acknowledge and celebrate the good things, all right? There you go. Okay.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, we'll wait just a moment. Don't forget your phone, Mayor. Madam City Clerk, I will take council comments, AB 1234 reports, questions, and then we'll move on to public comment. Any members wishing to speak? I see you first here, Councilmember Bing.
Yes, hold on.
Take your time. We are
Councilmember Jennings, why don't you go first? Because I'm pulling up.
Councilmember Jennings.
Okay. I think I can talk over the noise. In District 7, I just want to let the council know and the public know about two wonderful events that are going to take place in District 7. The first one is Trucks and Such, where we bring out the food trucks and also have a lot of such in there, sometimes music, sometimes comedy, sometimes water park, sometimes just different events that are the such. But anyway, I want you to join us next Friday, May the 17th, from 5 to 8 p.m. at Garcia Bend Park in the Pocket neighborhood. We encourage you to bring your chairs, your blankets, family and friends. Join us for delicious food from a variety of food trucks, and all of them are from Sac to Mofo with relaxing music in the background. So what a great time to get to meet your neighbors, great time to eat some good food, and come together and listen to some wonderful music. And I just want to let you know that you do want to bring out your blankets and all those things so you can stay warm while you're out there at night. It's starting to get cool now at night. But Trucks and Such runs the third Friday of every single month, all the way through September. So everyone is invited, whether you live in District 7 or not, you're all invited. And we encourage you to come on out and have some great food, great communication, and just great opportunity to meet some good people. Second thing in Pocket Greenhaven is the farmers market. We have a farmers market, that's right. And it happens every Saturday from April through October from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's located at the Elks Lodge, which is at 6446 Riverside Boulevard. They offer a variety of fresh and organic food, including homemade bakery goods, fresh flowers, candles, local honey, and much, much more. So we encourage you to come out to this family-friendly and dog-friendly event that has live music and also has food trucks. So you get food trucks on Friday night, you get food trucks on the weekend as well. So come on out to the farmers market or come on out to Trucks and Such and have a great time in District 7.
Excellent. Come for the trucks, stay for the such. Appreciate that. All right, moving on. Councilmember Bang.
Thank you. Just a few announcements. I wanted to just announce to all our high school seniors in District 8, our second annual Heart and Hustle Scholarship application. It's been open for a bit now, but it is going to be closed on Monday, May 13th. We will select 5 scholarship awardees. If you go to school in District 8 or if you live in District 8, you qualify. There is no GPA requirement. There is a $1,000 cash reward for you for your college expense and vocational school expenses. You can learn more at heartandhustle.org/scholarship 2024. If you're not a person who likes to write essay, you can do a video, you can do a poem, you can do a skit, anything at all to respond to the prompt for the scholarship this year. So check it out. It's at www.heartandhustle.org/scholarship 2024. And then to celebrate Bike Month, just wanted to announce that there's a Bike to School Day celebration happening tomorrow at Rosa Parks, tomorrow from 4 to 7. That's at 2250 6th Avenue. Come to the community. It's open to the community. There's free bike repairs, e-bike demonstration, neighborhood social ride. So encouraging y'all to come to that. And then this Saturday is our Hmong American Day celebration, hosted by Councilmember Sean Tao, myself, and Elk Grove Unified School District Trustee Sean Yang, who is a resident in District 8. Come join us at Shasta Park from 10 to 3 o'clock. This is a free community event for the community, celebrating 49 years of Hmong American history, sacrifices, contributions to the United States. We're going to be celebrating our culture. There's going to be food, music, dance, more. And the best part is free 99. So come through South Sacramento. It's going to be a lot of fun. And then I do have another event that's happening at the same time, which is great. Love to see all these events happening in South Sacramento. There is a community baby shower hosted by the Rose and Family Creative Empowerment Center happening at the Pinnell Community Center from 11 to 4 this Saturday. There is free pre-registration. You got to register to attend. And you can check out that information because I'm not going to read it on record because it's a little bit long. But we'll make sure to post that up on our social media, so just look out for that. There's going to be games, prizes, photos, and photos for families, gifts from mom and dad, and a car seat workshop presented by Dignity Health. So again, that's this Saturday from 11 to 4. And I have a few more announcements, but they're not till later, so I'll wait till next week. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. A lot of exciting events in District 8. Okay, moving on. Councilmember Kaplan.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Don't forget, this weekend, Mother's Day. So you're married, your mom's still around, you got a special gal that you need to celebrate. Do not forget moms this weekend. And while the third Friday, you can go to my fellow Councilmember District Jennings district every third Wednesday. So you can hit Monday, take a break, and hit food trucks on Wednesday. We have our Westlake Food Truck Mania at our Westlake Community Park. It's 5 to 8 every third Wednesday of the month. And then Saturday, May 18th, come out and have yoga and coffee with me. Come out and just do yoga and leave, or come later and just have coffee with me. And later on the 18th, Natomas, through the Hamptons Community Foundation, is trying to throw its first night market. So Saturday, May 18th, if you're around, come out to North Natomas Regional Park from 5 to 9 and enjoy cuisines around the world, silent disco, beer garden, roller skating, live entertainment, and more. Thank you.
Couple questions. One, are you doing the yoga? That's incredible.
Second, I absolutely do the yoga.
Yes.
It's brilliant.
I think that's great. And second, thank you for bringing up Mother's Day. I learned on the internet this week that dog moms apparently count now. So I think there's a few of us up here. No offense to the human moms out there. Okay, Councilmember Guerra.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Also, first want to start off and saying, wishing a wonderful Mother's Day, to me, Mama over there, and also to my beautiful wife, Christina. But also to celebrate on May 10th when we do Mexican Mother's Day. So you get 2 shots. Exactly, you get 2 shots here. But I appreciate that both May 10th and also the 12th. In between, though, on Saturday, May 11th, we encourage everyone to come out to the Tahoe Park Pancake Breakfast, which supports the Tahoe Elementary PTA. And all the efforts that they do will be flipping pancakes there. and our Sacramento firefighters. I want to thank Local 522 for coming out and bringing out the griddle and flipping some pancakes for us. And also on Saturday, May 11th at 10 o'clock at Two Rivers Cider, SABA's, the Sacramento Area Bike Association, May's Bike Month, is going to be having a bike swap and sale and show. So make sure you come out to Two River Ciders and enjoy May's Bike Month. And you can also bike to breakfast at Tahoe Park PTA. So I encourage everyone with that, and thank you, Vice Mayor.
Love that, love that. At Two Rivers, a wonderful District 5 business. If you haven't been, come try their cider. And my announcement is I would like, Dad, if you're at home listening, I would like to wish you a very happy birthday tomorrow. Thank you for being an awesome dad. Okay, moving on. He's probably watching, actually, so he's a weirdo like that. All right. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comments not on the agenda?
I do, but I bet a few people have left. I'm going to call off some names if you'll line up in the aisle. Kyle Williams, Charles Faust, Mary Tapple, Kathy Opakachuk, I'm sure I said that wrong, Giovanna Fajaro, Jasmine, Brody, Halia, Nancy, Kevin Bolts. Okay, anybody in the audience who would like to speak? I think Mary was the...
Welcome.
Hello, I wanted to end on a more positive note about the bike trail, but I know the city can get the bike trail back for the community because it'll be 10 years ago when we did it, and now this very big, turn on the light, I don't know. This is a poor picture because it's a picture of a picture because I've used it so often, and a lot of people in the community have used this one. We were giving 57 kids who had helped clean up the bike trail just then bicycles, helmets, and locks, and we felt fine about giving them in partnership with the city for even down to 8 years old, because then it was safe bike trail, but we couldn't in good conscience do it now. We couldn't even do a 10th anniversary, and the city helped us a whole lot, and not just the police there, but also there was the Department of Utilities small grant that we had for about a third of the cost of the bikes was covered by that for the Citizen Action Grant there that they were offering. And then there was also City Parks at the time was able to safely have their staff do cleanup regularly. There was no vehicle speeding, there was no active illegal drug trading, there was no active prostitution. There were little on the very edges of the bike trail, there was some of that, but nothing along the main trail like is today. So we got to get back there because this is who we are, the spirit of our community, really, and our city working with us. And we need to get back there. So please help. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker,
Welcome.
please let me know your name.
Good evening, Council. My name is Brody Fernandez. I'm a lifelong Sacramentan. I'm very proud to call Sacramento my home. I currently work, and I'm very proud to work for the state of California. Most of my public service has been with the Department of Education, working for the Thurman administration. It's also important to note that I have a second job. I am also a historian and tour guide at the Sacramento History Museum. So even though this is off the agenda, I do hope that Mosaic is not among the things that are cut. So why am I here for an off-agenda item? I want to talk to you about sea lions. I was a journalist in this city for about 9 years before I went into public service, both in print, radio, and television, ending my career at KCRA. There was one story during this tenure as a journalist that did not see the light of day that I've spent the culmination of about 3 years on. I've spoken to NOAA, I've spoken to state wildlife officials, I've spoken to Oregon wildlife officials. California is the only state in the union that has forcibly eradicated its own state animal, the California grizzly bear. We are close to seeing that again because California sea lions have inundated Old Sacramento and they have inundated the Sacramento River systems. I implore you to reach out to coalition partners, form a committee, if you will. The mayor's staff has my contact information. And They are a detriment to our critically endangered winter run Chinook salmon, to a point where there's not only one but several sea lion colonies now calling Sacramento home year-round, which is a big issue. Running out of time, so again, thank you for listening, and have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Welcome.
Long evening. Good evening. My name is Nancy Azevedo. I am from District 2. I want to talk about safety. I know which part of the budget is safety. So safety in our district on the bike trail. The bike trail right now is an absolute mess in Del Paso Heights in District 2. There is a certain area that I live across the street from, so I know exactly what's going on that bike trail. There is, what I want to talk about is supposed to be Bike Month, but we have vehicles constantly driving back on the bike trail. Causes a safety issue for all. It clearly states, can I put this down?
Yes, go ahead.
It clearly states that on the bike trail, no motorized vehicles, but it goes on all the time. And it's becoming a real concern because, I mean, it's been a concern, but it's becoming more so because it's happening more often. Every day, we see cars many times driving up and down the bike trail. I try to catch as many pictures as I can, but a lot of them are speeding, so I can't catch them all. But I wanted to give an example that I'm not just saying this is happening. There's a vehicle right there in the red. Motorcycles speeding down the bike path. There's encampments on either side of the this particular bike trail, which goes between Eleanor Avenue on Altos and Las Palmas. There's a camp on one end and a camp on the next end. And they use it like their personal driveway to get back and forth to their encampment. Their encampment on Las Palmas, cars are parked there daily, all the time. Our park rangers come by. I don't see them to stop to say anything to anybody.
Thank you
because
for
I
your
know they're
comments.
supposed-
Your time is complete.
Oh, Jesus, okay.
Thank you.
Did I miss any speakers? So Vice Mayor, I don't have any additional speakers.
Oh, yeah, come on up.
But I'll speak into the mic. Hi, everyone. Good evening. I just wanted to talk about someone who some of you may know personally. Jennifer Venema has left the city of Sacramento. If you don't know them, they led the sustainability initiatives in Sacramento. So I just wanted to chime in to say that I want to make sure that that space is filled. Right now, it could be vacant, and from the sound of it, vacant positions become incredibly important in discussions about the budget. So, yeah, that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, seeing no one else to come before the city council and no other business, I call this meeting adjourned at 9:26 p.m.